Can't wait to start, Mr. Hendra.
Let's get this conference started, Astri, with a pantun.
Let's go.
Wanita cantik menjadi biduan.
Cakep.
Bingung sejenak cari alamat.
Cakep.
Selamat datang hadirin sekalian.
Cakep.
Semoga acara ini membawa manfaat.
Cakep. Petik sekuntum, bunga pematang.
Nice.
Bunganya kecil, dimakan nyengat.
Great.
Assalamualaikum, selamat datang. Kusapa hadirin dengan salam hangat.
And before we start this event, I will give an attention to the participants in online. Number one, for all participants, please activate your camera during this conference and please mute your microphone on your Zoom account. And don't forget to rename your name in your Zoom account with the format name underscores participant ICRD 2023.
Baiklah Bapak Ibu, acara akan kami mulai. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all to the 3rd International Conference on Rural Development 2023. In this occasion, I would like to greet welcome and good morning to the Honorable Dr. Hanafi MPD, Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember. Also the honorable mention to Dr. Emi Holifah MSI, Dr. Andes Ahmad Suharto MP, Syamsul Hadi SP MP, the Region of Jember Insinyur Haji Hendi Siswanto ST IPU or the representatives, Dr. Bagus Setia Rintiarna STMkom, Professor Dr. Hajah Lutfia Nurlaila MPD as Head of Human Resource Development Agency and expert staff of Ministry of Village Development of Disadvantaged Regions and Transmigration, M. Fahri as STP MSI as the Director of Advocacy, Village and Rural Cooperation, William M. Malinau BSBA, MBA PhD from Ifugao State University, Professor Madya TS Dr. Zailani bin Abdullah from University Malaysia Kelantan, Professor Nelburn K. Muhammad PhD from Western Philippines University, Bin Mali Kombate PhD from Guangzhou College of Technology and Business, Professor Rasami Zain Yusof from University Muhammadiyah Malaysia, and all the presenters.
Puji syukur marilah kita panjatkan kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala yang telah melimpahkan nikmat dan karunia-Nya sehingga pada hari ini, hari Senin 11 Desember 2023, kita semua dapat berkumpul bersama dalam acara The 3rd International Conference on Rural Development.
Let us praise Allah Subhanahu wa taala for the mercy and grace in allowing us to attend the 3rd International Conference on Rural Development ICRD 2023 today in well-being.
Tak lupa salawat serta salam selalu kita haturkan kepada junjungan Nabi besar Nabi Muhammad SAW yang telah membawa Islam berkemajuan.
Also, salawat and salam to our Prophet Muhammad SAW who has guided us to Islam rahmatan lil alamin.
Baiklah Bapak Ibu, acara pertama adalah pembukaan. Marilah kita buka acara ini dengan membaca basmalah bersama-sama. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Semoga Allah meridhoi apa yang kita lakukan hari ini sehingga kegiatan ini berjalan dengan lancar dan hasilnya memberikan manfaat bersama. Amin amin ya robbal alamin. Acara selanjutnya, kalam ilahi yang akan dilantunkan oleh Ustadz Ato Susianto SPDI.
The next event, kalam ilahi, which will be delivered by Ustadz Ato Susianto SPDI. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Man jaa bil hasanati falahu asyru amsalihha wa man jaa bis sayyi'ati fala yujza illa mislaha fala yujza illa mislaha wa hum la yuzlamun. Qul innani hadani rabbi ila siratim mustaqim. Ila siratim mustaqimil dina qiyamam millata Ibrahim hanifa wa ma kana minal musyrikin. Qul inna salati wa nusuki wa mahyaya wa mamati lillahi rabbil alamin. La syarika lahu wa bidzalika umirtu wa ana awwalul muslimin. La syarika lahu wa bidzalika umirtu wa ana awwalul muslimin. Sadaqallahul azim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Acara selanjutnya menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya dan Sang Surya.
Sing Indonesian National Anthem Indonesia Raya followed by Sang Surya. Please, for online attendees are supposed to sit precisely straight.
Acara selanjutnya adalah sambutan. Sambutan pertama akan disampaikan oleh Ketua Panitia.
To open our event today, may I invite the Chair of the Third International Conference on Rural Development 2023 to deliver the report of this event. Please welcome Dr. Resti Utami.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Dr. Hanafi MPD, Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember, Dr. Emi Khalifah MSI, Dr. Andes Ahmad Soeharto MP, Syamsul Hadi SPMP, Dr. Bagus Tiaryantarna STMK MKom, speakers, moderator, also all the participants of this conference. On this wonderful occasion, let us give gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for all the mercy and grace in allowing us to assemble today in wellness. As Chair Committee, I would like to thank the Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember for facilitating the continuation of the International Conference on Rural Development's annually agenda. Sustainable Village Development through MSMEs is the main topic of this year's International Conference on Rural Development. This conference is expected to bring practitioners, academic, and stakeholders together in a fruitful discussion and presentation to foster cooperation, share information, expand network, and generate innovative ideas that could be implemented in actual use, as well as provide the perspective on how to optimize the potential of MSMEs in order to realize sustainable village development goals. We provide 7 great persons as a speaker regarding the conference main topic. 2. Mr. Fakhri SSTP MSI, Director of Village and Rural Advocacy and Cooperation. Prof. Dr. Lutfiah Nurlela MPD, Head of Human Resource Development Agency. Mr. William M. Malino from Ifugao State University. Prof. Madya T.S. Dr. Jailani bin Abdullah from University Malaysia Kelantan. Dr. Nelburn K. Muhammad PhD, Western Philippines University. Mr. Bin Malik Kombate, PhD from Guangzhou College of Technology and Business. And last from Rosami Zen Yusof from University Muhammadiyah, Malaysia. We would also like to thank the co-hosts of the international conference include Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Administrasi Pembangunan Jember, Institut Teknologi and Science Mandala Jember, and Universitas Muhammadiyah Buton. And constantly remember to acknowledge the entire committee for their effort in making this international conference successful. We realize that the conference execution still has several flaws in terms of event formatting, administrative services, and limited maintenance. We sincerely apologize about this. Finally, I hope that all participants can derive much from this conference activity. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sambutan kedua sekaligus membuka acara akan disampaikan oleh Rektor Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember.
May I invite the Honorable Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember, Dr. Hanafi MPD, to convey the opening speech and kindly open the third International Conference on Rural Development 2023 officially.
Of Rural Development. Also, the Honorable Prof. Dr. Lutfiah Nerlela, MPD, Head of Human Resource Development Agency. Dr. Emi Khalifah, it's my friend from Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember. The Honorable William M. Maleno, PSBA, MBA, PhD, invited speaker from Ifugao State University, and also the Honorable Professor Madya Dr. Zailani bin Abdullah, speaker 2 from University of Kelantan, Malaysia. Also, Dr. Nelban Mohammed, PhD, my friend, how are you? From Western Philippine University. And also the Honorable Bimali Kombate, PhD, from Guangzhou College Technology and Business. Sorry if I misspelling. Also the Honorable Professor Rosami Zain Yusuf, University Muhammadiyah, Malaysia. And also my friend practitioner and researcher from Indonesia as a whole. And also our co-host, in this case, Setia Pembangunan Jember, ITS Mandala, it's my neighbor here, and Muhammadiyah University from Bhutan. Let me introduce myself. I'm Hanafi, Director of Muhammadiyah University. First of all, I'd like to say thanks to Allah that have given us mercy and blessing so that we are all here in a good shape. Salawat and salam may always be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It is really a wonderful moment, and I would like to say my gratitude to honorable speakers and invited speaker like as I speak just now, and also partner institution and colleagues. I welcome you to 2023 International Conference on Rural Development with a relevant theme, namely Development of Sustainable Village through Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises, MSME. It was a pleasure to see that the meeting is brilliant mind, experts, and stakeholders in the field of the village development from various corners of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, rural development is at the heart of sustainable progress And as we navigate the complex landscape MSME, we are the intersection of innovation, resilience, and community empowerment. The exchange of ideas and insights shared during this conference will definitely play a key role in shaping the village sustainable development trajectory. One of MKM program implemented in learning at university is the form of entrepreneurship courses. Among the focus of ICRD 2023 activities are MSME. In this case, micro, small, and medium enterprises. It's important to know that MSME are not just exploration of economic entities, but an effort to improve communities, encourage inclusivity, and design step toward environmentally sustainable practices. In the context of challenges faced by rural area, MSME are emerging as a powerful instrument for change, driving economic growth while preserving the cultural and ecological diversity of our village. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference serves as a stake for cross-cultural dialogue, dissemination, and knowledge, and collaborative exploration of strategies that can transform rural landscape into center of sustainable development. I encourage all participants to actively engage in discussion, share their expertise, and from partnership that go beyond border toward the result for communities we seek awaken. We hope this conference process will provide fruitful result, paving the way to implementable insight, transformational initiative, and sustainable cooperation. In this occasion, I would like to thank the organizing committee, speakers, and participants for their dedication in promoting villages development goal through MSME. Thank you. I hope everyone can attend this conference productively and knowledgeable. May Allah bless our step. Ladies and gentlemen, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the conference is open. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bapak Ibu, Alhamdulillah acara pembukaan The Third International Conference on Rural Development telah terlaksana. Ucapan terima kasih kami sampaikan kepada seluruh undangan dan peserta yang telah berpartisipasi dalam kegiatan pembukaan pada pagi hari ini. Semoga kegiatan ini senantiasa membawa manfaat dan berkah untuk kita semua, serta kebaikan di masa depan. Marilah kita tutup acara pembukaan ini dengan membaca hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah. That's the opening ceremony of the Third International Conference on Rural Development 2023. We would like to thank all the participants and attendees who participated in these events. And in a few minutes, we are going to move to the main agenda that will be guided by Dr. Muhlisin Rasuki. Thank you very much.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Come on. Come
Before we start the main agenda, we will read the curriculum vitae of our moderator today, Dr. Muhlisin Rasuki. Dr. Muhlisin Rasuki is an assistant professor of applied linguistics in the Department of Languages and Arts at Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember, Indonesia. He obtained his bachelor's degree from Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember in 2008 and master's degree from Universitas Negeri Malang in 2012. Additionally, Dr. Muhlisin Rasuki holds a master's degree from University of Canberra, Australia, which he earned in 2014. Finally, Dr. Muhlisin Rasuki completed his doctoral studies in the field of applied linguistics and cognitive science at Curtin University in Perth, Australia in 2021.
Dr. Rasuki expertise extends to various aspects of applied linguistics, and his academic contributions are reflected in several articles published in scholarly journals. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Muhlisin Rasuki.
Ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely apologize that there is technical issues that in here, so we need a time to restart the discussion with our moderator today, Dr. Muhlisin Rasuki. Please wait for a minute.
Come over.
wabarakatuh. My apologize for the technical problems. I hope that everyone can now hear me. Okay, so I'm Muhlisin Rasuki, and I'll be the moderator in this conference. First of all, let me welcome you all to this conference, the third international conference on rural development, held online and hosted by Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember, Indonesia. And the theme of this year's conference is Sustainable Village Development through Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises. As you already have known, we have a series of distinguished speakers from the central government agencies here in Indonesia, as well as from several universities across Asia and beyond. But before the speakers present their talk, allow me to give brief information about the organization of this conference. Di sini kita memiliki kesempatan untuk mendengarkan pemateri dari berbagai lembaga dari Indonesia, dari pemerintah, dari sektor-sektor pemerintah, dan juga dari beberapa kampus di Asia. Dan sebelum para pemateri memberikan materinya, menyajikan materinya di dalam konferensi ini, perlu diingatkan bahwa ada beberapa hal yang perlu kita sampaikan di awal. Yang pertama, the keynote and invited speakers will present their talk in turn. Para pembicara akan menyampaikan materinya secara bergantian, and each speaker will be given around 20 minutes to deliver his or her talk. Dan masing-masing pembicara akan mendapatkan waktu sekitar 20 menit untuk menyampaikan materinya. And then after all the speakers present their talk, we will continue with Q&A session. Dan setelah semua pemateri menyajikan materi yang dibawakan, barulah kita akan melangsungkan dengan sesi tanya jawab atau sesi diskusi. So the question and answer session in this conference is presented after all the speakers present their talk. And the time allocated for this question and answer sessions is around 20 minutes. Dan waktu yang akan diberikan bagi para peserta konferensi ini untuk berpartisipasi dalam sesi tanya jawab adalah 20 menit. So based on what is already mentioned, although the speakers may leave this online meeting after presenting their talk, it is highly expected that they will be back online to this conference during the Q&A session. Jadi berdasarkan apa yang sudah disampaikan di atas, para pembicara boleh jika memang diperlukan meninggalkan ruangan konferensi online, tetapi sangat amat diharapkan para pembicara kembali online, kembali ke Zoom meeting sebelum acara tanya jawab atau tanya diskusi. And finally, considering that virtually all of our participants are from Indonesia, the speakers might present their talk in Bahasa Indonesia, in English, or both. Dan untuk konferensi ini, para penyaji diperbolehkan untuk menyajikan materinya dalam bahasa Indonesia, dalam bahasa Inggris, atau campuran antara bahasa Inggris dan Indonesia. Alright, esteemed speakers and participants, without further ado, let's begin this conference with the first talk by the first keynote speaker, yang terhormat Bapak Muhammad Fahri, SSTP SMI. Untuk pembicara kita yang pertama, yang akan menyajikan materi pada konferensi pagi ini adalah yang terhormat Bapak Muhammad Fahri, SSTP SMI. But before Bapak Fahri present his keynote speech, allow me to read his CV real quick. Bapak Fahri, Bapak Muhammad Fahri di sini is the representative of the Ministry of Village Development of Disadvantaged Regions and Transmigration of the Republic of Indonesia. And he is now the Director of Advocacy and Rural Village Collaboration. Bapak Fahri holds a master's degree in public administration, and he has years of experience in the relevant field. And Bapak Fahri will be speaking for about 20 minutes. Sebelum kita mulai, saya mengecek apakah Bapak Fahri sudah bersama kita di sini. Oke, Bapak Fahri sudah bersama kita. Oke, sir, the time is yours.
Baik,
Silahkan.
terima kasih. Pak Mukhlisin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Saya memohon kepada panitia untuk menampilkan materi saya karena saya sedang perjalanan. Dan saya mohon izin untuk tidak mengaktifkan video. Terima kasih sekali bisa diundang di forum yang sangat luar biasa ini, The Third International Conference on Rural Development yang diselenggarakan oleh Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember. Perkenalkan saya Muhammad Fahri, Direktur Advokasi dan Kerjasama Desa dan Perdesaan, Kementerian Desa, PDT, dan Transmigrasi. Izinkan saya menyampaikan arah dan kebijakan pembangunan desa dan perdesaan. Sebagaimana kita ketahui bersama bahwa hakikat dan tujuan pembangunan desa itu adalah mengedepankan kebersamaan, kekeluargaan, dan kegotong royongan yang memiliki tiga tujuan utama. Yang pertama adalah meningkatkan kualitas hidup manusia, kemudian meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat desa, dan mengurangi kemiskinan. Tentu hal ini akan bisa dicapai melalui 4 hal. Yang pertama adalah pemenuhan kebutuhan dasar, kemudian pembangunan sarana dan prasarana di desa, pengembangan ekonomi lokal, dan pemanfaatan sumber daya alam dan lingkungan yang berkelanjutan. Berikut, Indonesia dalam menerapkan kebijakan pembangunan desa itu menempatkan desa dalam 2 posisi strategis. Yang pertama adalah wilayah pemerintahan desa ini dominan melingkupi 91% wilayah Indonesia, sementara 9% lainnya itu adalah wilayah perkotaan atau wilayah kelurahan. Kedua, jumlah penduduk desa yang sangat besar dan dominan. Kemendagri menyampaikan dalam berbagai kesempatan bahwa jumlah penduduk ber-KTP di desa mencapai 71%, sementara di kelurahan atau di wilayah perkotaan itu mencapai 29%. Bahwa berdasarkan data BPS, jumlah penduduk Indonesia tahun 2022 itu sebesar 275 juta. Tentu untuk menyelesaikan permasalahan desa, sangat diperlukan inovasi, percepatan kemajuan, dan tindakan positif lainnya ke desa dalam rangka membangun Indonesia. Dalam satu kesempatan, Bapak Presiden kita, Joko Widodo, menyampaikan bahwa dampak pembangunan desa harus lebih dirasakan melalui pembangunan desa yang lebih terfokus. Berikut. Next. Ya, berikut adalah kondisi desa existing. Desa adalah satuan pemerintahan terkecil atau terdepan. Sejak dilaksanakannya Undang-Undang Nomor 6 Tahun 2014 tentang desa, berbagai hal telah dicapai. Yang pertama, walaupun mengalami penurunan, namun kemiskinan di desa masih relatif tinggi. Ini merupakan salah satu tantangan yang harus dikejar oleh pemerintah Indonesia secara kolaboratif, tentunya bukan hanya Kementerian Desa, tetapi dengan seluruh sektor dan pemerintah daerah. Angka stunting masih relatif tinggi atau sebesar 21,6%, sedangkan target yang harus dicapai pada tahun 2024 itu sebesar 14% menurut survei status gizi Indonesia. Kita ketahui bersama bahwa kebijakan stunting sekarang sudah dilaksanakan secara konvergen oleh multisektor dan secara berjenjang baik pusat, provinsi, kabupaten sampai dengan desa. Kemudian ketahanan ekonomi desa cukup kuat dari penurunan tingkat pengangguran terbuka di desa dari sekitar 3,72% menjadi 3,42% pada tahun 2022. Kemudian pembangunan desa telah mengalami perkembangan positif yang signifikan. Pada tahun 2023, terdapat 11.456 desa mandiri dan menyisakan sekitar 6.741 desa tertinggal serta 4.338 desa sangat tertinggal. Ini berdasarkan pengukuran indeks desa membangun yang dilaksanakan oleh Kementerian Desa. Di slide berikutnya nanti akan kita lihat bagaimana progres dari tahun ke tahun. Kemudian ketahanan pangan di desa ini belum merata, ini merupakan tantangan. Sementara desa-desa di Indonesia Timur memiliki kerentanan yang lebih tinggi daripada desa-desa di Indonesia bagian Barat. Indonesia sangat kaya, ketahanan pangan kita relatif memiliki varian yang sangat lengkap dari Sabang sampai Merauke. Berikut. Next. Oke, ini adalah capaian pembangunan desa sejak tahun 2015 sampai dengan tahun 2023, di mana pada tahun 2015 hanya sekitar 174 desa mandiri. Namun sampai dengan tahun 2023 itu sudah mencapai 11.456. Target yang ditetapkan oleh negara di dalam RPJMN adalah 5.000 desa mandiri. Artinya pada tahun 2023 sudah tercapai atau terlampaui bahkan melebihi 100%. Di tahun 2023 ini kita sudah mencapai 11.456 desa mandiri dari target yang hanya 5.000. Sebaliknya pada tahun 2023 ini, desa tertinggal atau sangat tertinggal itu berkurang. Dari tahun 2015 yang mencapai 13.453 desa tertinggal, tahun 2023 ini tinggal 4.850. Begitu juga dengan desa tertinggalnya. Dari tahun 2015 mencapai 33.592 desa tertinggal, tahun 2023 ini tinggal atau berkurang menjadi 7.154. Ini adalah capaian yang luar biasa yang dilakukan oleh pemerintah Indonesia dengan kebijakan undang-undang desanya. Indeks desa membangun adalah alat ukur perkembangan desa yang melingkupi 3 indeks komposit, mulai dari ketahanan sosial, ketahanan ekonomi, dan ketahanan lingkungan. Ini yang memberikan arah ketepatan intervensi kebijakan pembangunan desa di Indonesia. Berikut. Ya. Kemudian untuk mengarahkan pembangunan desa yang lebih tepat dan menjangkau seluruh lapisan masyarakat, Menteri Desa mengeluarkan kebijakan SDGs desa, yaitu dengan melokalkan 17 goals SDGs global ke dalam SDGs desa atau melandingkan 17 tujuan SDGs global ke desa yang tentunya disesuaikan dengan kewenangan desa. Hal ini tentu didasari oleh kelompok tertinggal di Indonesia, mayoritas berada di pedesaan, maka SDGs desa harus bisa menjawab permasalahan pedesaan, terutama kemiskinan dan ketertinggalan. Berikutnya adalah melokalkan SDGs global dalam SDGs desa bertujuan agar pembangunan desa benar-benar komprehensif, terukur melalui indikator capaian yang menukik tajam menjawab permasalahan. Selain itu, SDGs desa memastikan agar seluruh masyarakat desa menjadi partisipatif melalui proses musyawarah yang menjadi panduan perencanaan dan pelaksanaan pembangunan dengan tagline no one left behind atau tidak ada satupun warga yang tertinggal. 17 goals itu diantaranya adalah desa tanpa kemiskinan, desa tanpa kelaparan, desa sehat sejahtera, pendidikan desa yang berkualitas, kemudian keterlibatan perempuan desa, sampai pada goals yang ke-17 yaitu kemitraan pembangunan desa. Prinsipnya adalah SDGs desa ini harus melibatkan seluruh warga harus terdampak dengan seluruh kebijakan dari negara untuk desa. Berikut. Next. Ini adalah model implementasi SDGs desa dalam perencanaan pembangunan desa yang dikembangkan oleh Kementerian Desa. Dimulai dengan data yang sifatnya sangat detail, di mana data ini akan meng-capture seluruh potensi dan masalah yang dimiliki oleh desa. Kemudian SDGs desa mentransformasi keputusan pembangunan desa dari semula berbasis kekuasaan dan keinginan menjadi berbasis kebutuhan, masalah, dan potensi sesuai dengan data desa itu sendiri. Selanjutnya adalah SDGs desa juga diarahkan untuk mempermudah desa dalam menjalankan pembangunan melalui ukuran-ukuran yang rinci dan mudah dipahami. Merujuk kepada data SDGs desa, setiap desa dapat mengetahui kondisi desa masing-masing, tidak hanya berbasis desa tetapi by name by address. Jadi SDGs desa ini basisnya adalah individu yang dapat digunakan sebagai dasar rekomendasi kebijakan pembangunan desa dan memastikan dampak manfaat pembangunan dirasakan oleh setiap warga, atau dengan kata lain no one left behind. Berikut. Dari penerapan kebijakan, baik itu SDGs desa maupun kebijakan-kebijakan yang ada di dalam Undang-Undang Desa, Kementerian Desa mengembangkan pembangunan desa yang berkelanjutan dengan pendekatan desa model, di mana melalui data yang ada, terbuka peluang untuk menemukan metode-metode baru dalam pengembangan desa yang bertumpu pada data mikro level desa, rumah tangga, RT, keluarga, bahkan data yang sifatnya individu atau data kewargaan. Kemudian, desa dapat menyusun rencana aksi berdasarkan permasalahan yang ada sesuai dengan kewenangan desa yang disepakati dalam dan diputuskan dalam musyawarah desa. Untuk diketahui, musyawarah desa adalah keputusan tertinggi di tingkat desa. Berikut. Sejak dilahirkannya Undang-Undang Desa tahun 2014, tahun 2015 dimulailah kebijakan dana desa. Dana desa ini merupakan salah satu dari implementasi Undang-Undang Desa, di mana dana desa ini adalah dana rekognisi negara kepada desa, bentuk kehadiran negara di desa untuk menyelesaikan permasalahan serta mengungkit potensinya berdasarkan skala prioritas yang ditentukan oleh desa itu sendiri. Dana desa harus dikelola dan dimanfaatkan serta direalisasikan dengan sebaik mungkin. Fokus pada penyelesaian permasalahan di desa, misalnya kemiskinan, layanan dasar, stunting, kesehatan, dan seterusnya. Kemudian pemanfaatan desa untuk pengembangan potensi desa. Jadi prinsip dari dana desa itu adalah untuk menyelesaikan masalah di desa atau mengungkit potensi yang ada di desa. Seringkali kita melihat desa itu merasa tidak bisa berbuat apa-apa, tapi sesungguhnya mereka sebenarnya hanya belum kenali potensi yang dimiliki oleh mereka sendiri. Sehingga tentu butuh pelibatan dari semua pihak, universitas, dunia usaha, pemerintah, media, dan masyarakat untuk mendampingi desa. Berikut. Ya, penggunaan dana desa pada prinsipnya digunakan untuk dua hal. Yang pertama adalah untuk pembangunan, yang kedua adalah untuk pemberdayaan masyarakat yang tentunya disesuaikan dengan kewenangan desa. Kewenangan desa ini tentu yang bersifat rekognisi atau hak asal usul dan kewenangan lokal berskala desa. Kemudian diarahkan untuk percepatan pencapaian tujuan SDGs desa atau 17 goals SDGs global yang dilandingkan ke desa berdasarkan kewenangan desa. Berikut. Ya, ini adalah bentuk-bentuk penggunaan dana desa di bidang pembangunan. Misalnya untuk pemenuhan kebutuhan dasar. Ini rinciannya banyak sekali, dari pencegahan dan penurunan stunting, perluasan akses layanan kesehatan, penguatan ketahanan pangan nabati dan hewani, penurunan beban pengeluaran masyarakat miskin. Kemudian ada pembangunan sarana dan prasarana di tingkat desa, jalan, jembatan, drainase, atau hal-hal yang merujuk pada peningkatan kualitas hidup masyarakat di tingkat desa, kemudian pengembangan potensi ekonomi lokal dan pemanfaatan sumber daya alam dan lingkungan secara berkelanjutan. Selanjutnya adalah prioritas penggunaan dana desa di bidang pemberdayaan. Next slide, please. Oke. Misalnya untuk penyelenggaraan promosi kesehatan dan gerakan masyarakat hidup sehat. Kemudian penguatan partisipasi masyarakat dalam perencanaan, pelaksanaan dan pengawasan pembangunan desa. Perencanaan, pengawasan dan pelaksanaan pembangunan desa ini tentu berbasis masyarakat, harus melibatkan semua pihak di tingkat desa. Kemudian pengembangan kapasitas ekonomi yang produktif dan kewirausahaan masyarakat desa, serta pengembangan seni budaya lokal, bahwa pembangunan di desa itu harus mencermati atau tidak bisa mengikis kearifan lokal yang sudah tumbuh dan berkembang di masyarakat. Kemudian penguatan kapasitas masyarakat dalam rangka mitigasi dan penanganan bencana alam dan non-alam. Itu adalah prioritas penggunaan dana desa di bidang pemberdayaan masyarakat. Berikut. Sejak tahun 2015, pemerintah konsisten meningkatkan dana desa dari tahun ke tahun. Ini kalau kita lihat dalam paparan, tidak kurang dari sampai dengan tahun 2023 tidak kurang dari 530 triliun yang sudah dikucurkan oleh pemerintah ke desa. Bahkan untuk tahun depan ini juga sudah diputuskan sebesar 71 triliun untuk dibagikan kepada 75.265 desa. Total dari tahun 2015 sampai dengan tahun 2024 nanti itu tidak kurang dari 600 triliun yang sudah dan akan dikucurkan oleh pemerintah untuk desa, agar desa bisa menyelesaikan masalah-masalah di tingkat desa, baik itu yang sifatnya pelayanan dasar, pendidikan, kesehatan, dan seterusnya, ataupun untuk mengungkit dan mengembangkan potensi yang ada di desa sehingga masyarakat bisa lebih sejahtera. Next. Ya, berikut adalah capaian output dari dana desa sejak tahun 2015 sampai dengan 2023, bahwa ada 325.000 lebih kilometer jalan yang telah dibangun di tingkat desa. Ini rata-ratanya lebih dari 5 kilometer per desa. Begitu juga dengan jembatan, pasar desa, drainase, kebutuhan air bersih, kemudian ada MCK, dan seterusnya, yang prinsipnya ini menunjang atau meningkatkan kualitas hidup masyarakat di desa. Secara fisik kita lihat kalau kita jalan ke desa hari ini, wajah desa telah berubah sejak dikucurkannya atau sejak dilaksanakannya undang-undang desa. Bahkan desa secara demokratis itu lebih meningkat dari tahun-tahun sebelumnya, di mana banyak sekali masyarakat yang terlibat di dalam proses pembangunan desa, mulai sejak perencanaan, pelaksanaan, sampai dengan evaluasi pembangunan desa itu sendiri. Ini merupakan bentuk dan komitmen pemerintah. Indonesia ini adalah salah satu negara yang paling maju dalam menerapkan kebijakan desanya melalui undang-undang desa. Bahkan di ASEAN kita terbaik, kemudian di Asia Pasifik pun seperti itu.
Oke.
Berikut.
Terima kasih Pak Fahri atas presentasinya. Mohon maaf sekali waktu yang tersedia masih sudah habis. Dan
Baik.
terima kasih. Di sini kita sudah mendapatkan gambaran tentang kondisi arah kemajuan dan kebijakan terkait dengan pembangunan yang ada di daerah-daerah pedesaan di Indonesia. Untuk Pak Fahri, kami persilahkan jika memang harus live Zoom, tetapi kami harap nanti Bapak jika memang memungkinkan bersedia untuk gabung kembali ketika di acara diskusi jam 10.50. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Welcome.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now come to our second keynote speech. Our second keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Hajjah Lutfiah Nurlaila MPD, and she is currently the head of Human Resource Development Agency of the Republic of Indonesia, and she is also a professor in the field of home economics at Surabaya State University. And Professor Nurlaila holds a doctoral degree in the field of technology in education, and she obtained it from the State University of Malang, Indonesia. And in this conference, Professor Nurlaila will be speaking about digital transformation in village economic development. Baik, apakah Profesor Nurlaila sudah ada bersama kita? Ya. Okay, we do apologize. It seems that Professor Nurlaila is still having some technical problem, and we hope that she will be with us soon, very soon. Just to maximize the time, we need to proceed to the third speaker, our third keynote speech. Our third keynote speaker is Dr. Amy Khalifa. Is Dr. Amy Khalifa is already here with us?
Yes, of course.
Thank you for confirming. Thank you. Okay, before Dr. Amy Khalifa presents her talk, I would like to read her CV real quick. So Dr. Amy Khalifa is the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Cooperation, and Islamic and Muhammadiyah Affairs here at Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember, Indonesia. Before that, Dr. Amy Khalifa held has varied positions during her time at the university. And also, Dr. Amy Khalifa has published many articles in both national and international journals. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Amy Khalifa. Dipersilahkan kepada Ibu Amy. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mukhlisin. How are you, Mr. Mukhlisin?
I'm very good. Thank you.
Okay, let me screen my PowerPoint presentation. Ya, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Very glad to see all of participants here. Especially our rector here that join us in the beginning of this agenda. And then the honorable of head of all university, that's collaboration of this conference. I'm very glad because this activity maybe is very important to us for us the university for collaboration in the conference. And then I want to say hello for all participants that join in this conference. And then I want to thank you to head of LPPM that there are any Mr. Bagus here. Hello, Mr. Bagus. And then also Mr. Mukhlisin here. I want to make the statement. I think just only make the statement about the MSE, MSE or UMKM. Our statement here, or my statement here, that is if I what is it, right in English as solving the seawater government policy in development in development MSE MSMEs in Indonesia, especially in patron client culture, or if I right in Indonesia is ibarat menggarami air laut kebijakan pemerintah dalam pengembangan UMKM di Indonesia dalam budaya patron client. I want to write the reasoning that base of my statement. Any 10 advantages of MSMEs here is the first is the large number of MSEs spread throughout Indonesia in urban or rural areas. It is very labor intensive too. And then there are many in the agriculture sector and indirectly sport development. And then accommodates a lot of low educated labor, and then able to survive in condition of economic crisis. And then the sixth factor is it can be the beginning of investment mobilization in rural, and then become a means of saving rural people, and then necessities for low income people. And then the nine is easily adjust to the times or mengikuti perkembangan zaman ya. And then the 10 is the advantage is has a high degree of flexibility. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the important things on MSMEs in Indonesia is the number of MSMEs in Indonesia is 16.419 billion business, or around 99% of the total business units. I think it's very large of the units business, yeah. And then we know that MSMEs is absorb a large number of workers, more than 1,017 million workers, or 97% of workforce absorbs capacity of the business world. And then the third is contribute this sector contribute 61.17% of the total GDP, yeah, GDP. Maybe my data is not newest, yeah, but I think it's still until now contribute of MSME is very big. And then the four is that the Data Financial Service Authority OJK show that bank credit contribute to MSME is until June amount 1 trillion, yeah, 1 trillion more. So government funding amount to EDR and then we know, all of us here know about the important things of MSMEs in Indonesia. And then we know, ladies and gentlemen, that government programs for MSMEs development is all around, yeah, all around, from bank credit, and then another credit bank, and then non-bank institution, BUMN, PLN, Pertamina is created by our government. And then our government create too funding of community institutions. So beside bank institution, as BUMN, PLN, Pertamina, I think our government create too that the funding of community institution grow up as like rural credit fund institution, LDKP, ya, Baitul Mal, Tanwil, and non-government organization, NGOs, and non-government organization show that there are programs for development development of MSME. Yeah, so we know that all of programs want to create or want to develop, our micro, small, and medium enterprise. And then cooperative development. I think in Indonesia we call it koperasi, ya, dinas koperasi have many programs. And then KUR is people's business credit, ya, kredit usaha rakyat is until now there are many or large of amount in loan for MSME. And then we know that program pemerintah program or government program is they had on women business empowerment. So we know that P3EL or empowering women in local economic development help too. And then capital assistance program, we know that from KPKU, KUB, KUB, and then PEM, PEM is the program of the coastal community economic program. There are in the last time I ever what is it? Mendampingi, ya, mendampingi. I'm a pendamping in there, and then I think increase women economic productivity, called the PPEP, ya, PPEP, created by Kementerian Pemberdayaan Perempuan is a very good for growing up the MSME of the women business. And then non-bank credit, community institution participation grow up to for our MSME. And then ladies and gentlemen, we know all of the program of the government want to make grow up of our MSME, but we know that the implementation of that program, we know any something like, any something like or something like what is it, ketidakberhasilan. Ketidakberhasilan. There are many journal inform us that program any something like list public participation, and then program targeting the wrong MSMEs. I think we know that the government cannot target the good or the good targeting, ya, only focus on leading MSMEs. That journal inform us that MSME develop focus on leading MSMEs only, not all of MSMEs MSMEs created by that program. And then the government does not yet have sufficient human resources and material capital. Yeah, that maybe what is it? The person of government is not so have is not so good, about the capability. So that is something like the unsuccessful factor of that program. And then the lack of development infrastructure of the internet access, maybe e-commerce, Wi-Fi facility, and especially in under development areas are lacking during the pandemic. Yeah, I think that is the several of unsuccessful program of that government. And then beside that, I want have look for the many journal that any fact many phenomena, yeah, many phenomena that MSM is our MSM is have the culture of the for surviving. That is patronized culture. You know, and patronized culture is a reciprocal relationship between two people or who have differences in socioeconomic status. That together special or on mutual beneficial basis give and take each other. Social status higher that is patron in the presence of presence of resource that own provides protection as well as benefit of people or lower social status or client. This patron client relationship exists, yeah, exists in the employer relationship between workers and business owner. That is the patron client phenomena in our MSMEs. So what the relationship about the program of government and patron client culture in this in macro and in our SMEs. What the relationship? Okay, all of participants here. I want it. I want it. I want compare. I want compare two phenomena that I find. The study of patronized culture in MSMEs entrepreneurs. We know that this the fact. Patron-client relationship in coastal communities provide business capital solution and job security. So the patron-client is solution. I think it's solution. Maybe you have another journal that inform to us that patron-client is what is it? Explore, what is it? Menghisap, you know.
Absorb.
What Pak Mulisin menghisapnya?
Absorb. Absorb.
Absorb.
Okay.
Absorb. So yeah, maybe that is another journal, yeah. But I find that the patron client relationship in coastal communities provide business capital solution and job security. So this is the one factor. And
Okay.
then the patron protects, yeah. The patron protects MSME entrepreneurs from competition with large entrepreneurs.
Excuse me, Buemi. Oh, thank you very much. That's a very interesting talk. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, and
Okay. Thank you.
we
So
we will.
I want to have the
All right.
statement.
Okay.
So, do
Thank you.
not salt the seawater. Okay.
Ah,
Thank you, Pak Muklisin.
thank you. That's a very meaningful quote. Do not salt the seawater. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Don't stop my share screen.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Emi Khalifah, for your presentation. It's a very interesting talk that is presented in today's conference. And now it's time for us to have our invited speakers. And we have here our first invited speaker is Dr. William Malinau. Is Dr. William Malinau already here with us online?
Hello, sir. Good morning po. Good
Oh,
morning.
good morning. Good morning. Yeah, it's good to hear from you. Okay, before Dr. Malinau presents his talk, I would like to read his real quick. The first is that Dr. Malinau is a faculty member at Ifugao State University in the Philippines, and he holds a bachelor's degree in business administration majoring in marketing management at the Cagayan Valley Computer and Information Technology College at Santiago City, and a master's degree from Northeastern College. And finally, he completed his doctor's degree in commerce at St. Mary's University. Dr. Milano has published numerous articles in peer-reviewed international journals. Today, Dr. Malina will talk with us for about 20 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. William Malina, over to you, sir.
Okay, so good morning to each and everyone, and thank you so much for having us today. So, am I audible in the first place? Am I loud and
Yep,
clear
yep.
po?
Yeah. Very clear,
Okay.
crystal clear.
So thank you so much. So my task is to share about resource efficiency in MSMEs or micro, small, medium enterprises in the Philippines, a contribution to sustainable development of rural communities. So in the first place, micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises established as a core engine for growth and optimism throughout the global economy. And according to World Bank, the local definition of MSMEs vary from one country to another. It is not only based from the number of employees, but also inclusion of other variables, particularly assets. So MSMEs, we all know that it has an important role in a wider ecosystems of firms. So startup of firms, which are generally small or micro firms, are the primary source of net job creation in many countries and are the driving force of innovation and sustainability in the private sector. With the dawn of the 2023, new tensions and uncertainties with a significant war, high energy costs, and new COVID-19 variants. Resilience and frugality have continued to be the most popular themes since 2022. MSMEs are deeply integrated and in touch with their local communities, allowing them to extend further the principles of frugal innovation and the possibility of complete recovery. So SMEs or micro, small, medium enterprises account for the majority of businesses worldwide and are important contributors to job creation and global economic development as they represent 90% of businesses and more than 50% of employment worldwide. According to statistics, 600 million jobs will be needed by 2030 to absorb the growing global workforce, which makes SMEs or MSMEs development a high priority for many governments around the world. So in the Philippines, according to the Philippine Statistics Office, a total of 1,109,684 or 99.59% are MSMEs and 0.41% are large enterprises. And according to the Department of Trade and Industry, the top five industry sectors, according to the number of MSMEs in 2022, I wasn't able to retrieve data for 2023. Number one is wholesale and retail, followed by accommodation and food service. This is in the case of the Philippines. Third, manufacturing. Fourth, other service activities, and financial and insurance activities. So collectively, MSMEs in the Philippines generated a total of 5,607,748 jobs, or 65.10% of the country's total employment, while large enterprises generated a total of 34.90% of the country's overall employment. And this, the micro, small, medium-sized enterprises contribute in achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Job creation through MSMEs will often directly benefit the poor and vulnerable, particularly women and youth, thereby directly reducing poverty, increasing income, and positively impacting on household investments in education and health over time. So MSME development has the potential for wide-reaching impacts on SDGs globally, including SDG 1, that's ending poverty, SDG 2, zero hunger, SDG 3, good health and well-being, SDG 5, gender equality, SDG 8, promote inclusive and sustainable economic growth, employment, and decent work, and SDG 9 on improved sustainable industrialization and fostering innovation. So the SDG targets are ambitious and require a transformation of public and private activities. And this transformation is associated with adopting new business models, bringing in innovation technology, and doing business efficiently, more sustainably, and more ethically. That is why resource efficiency, um, I'm sorry. That is why resource efficiency comes into the story of micro, small, medium enterprises. So what is resource efficiency? It stands for the relationship between natural raw materials and or technical economic materials and benefits gained from their use, whether in production and consumption. So particularly, this aims to maximize the benefits of products and services while maximizing consumption and waste. So resource efficiency, particularly, is about creating higher well-being and producing more goods and services while using fewer resources and limiting harmful emissions and wastages. So, in the case of the Philippines, the Global Green Growth Institute and the Department of Trade and Industry of the Philippines collaboratively initiated developing case studies for greening practices of MSMEs operations in the Philippines. So the case study contains assessments, results of ongoing best practices or ongoing greening best practices practiced by 12 micro, small, medium enterprises from selected food processing industries, from coffee, cacao, processed fruits, from bananas, and nuts. Such greening practices pertain to the efficient use of energy and resource that result in avoided carbon footprint and reduce resource consumption while simultaneously achieving high productivity and yield. Again, this was conducted among 12 MSMEs in the Philippines. So, green practices of enterprise were assessed in the areas of energy use, water use, waste treatment, as well as emissions. So, these interventions were assessed depending on the extent of investment made and the type of interventions implemented. So, as to energy saving in the Philippines, in processing, it can be observed that MSMEs are engaging in ways to reduce energy, such as the utilization of cheaper fuel as an alternative, such as the conversion of pili nuts or and rice or the waste instead of the liquefied petroleum gas. So other enterprises tried to make operations more efficient by reducing the number of processing operations and thereby saving on LPG consumption and the use of natural light in order to save the use of energy. As to water saving, still in the processing phase, water consumption is also reduced by MSMEs by using by rainwater harvesting and wastewater reused. And for the waste recycling and reuse of waste, there are some MSMEs that invested in machines that reduce waste. Some reuse waste such as chocolate shavings for cleaning, carton boxes as rags, or pails converted to trash cans. Sacks, I should say, sacks are reused until totally worn out. As one of the respondents have noted, that nothing is thrown until fully used. While on the packaging, the usage of non-biodegradable packaging is used for their coffee, and the use of biodegradable sandbags for shoppers going to their store is used by one of the businesses in the Philippines. And they use also carton boxes to pack their products for delivery. So generally, to sum it up, majority of MSMEs studied have a number of corollary activities, and it is evident that a number of products were produced using single resources, such as organic farming, tourism, bed and breakfast, training, and eco cultural farm. So energy saving and efficiently interventions that comprise 31%, particularly in fuel switch, change of heating processes, and replacement of light bulbs were noticed. Also, rainwater harvesting and water reuse were common intervention in saving water resources. There was only one initiative in emission reduction. So there is a range of level of intervention. among the MSMEs, and it can be observed that majority has invested a minimal amount to save energy, to reduce waste, and to save water in their production of their products. So, organic farming or sourcing organic produce is the most practiced greening intervention in the Philippines. So, most firms also engage in waste reuse and reduction, water reuse and consumption reduction, the use of renewable energy, and the use of biodegradable materials, while in the production stage, that greening practice is employed by all MSMEs through organic farming. So let me share to you some of the green practices that can be implemented by other MSMEs. For waste recycling, proper segregation of waste into biodegradable and non-biodegradable waste. These are simple practices, but it can contribute to the sustainability and operation of our business. We can reuse certain waste as compost, animal food, fuel, and other functions. The use of discarded banana peels for compost or animal feed. While for the energy and emission, we can use natural lighting, and use natural lighting and LED lights. The sun drying of the raw material is very effective as well. The use of biomass for stoves, which was also observed as well for our MSMEs. Efficient scheduling of energy activities, and simpler but most efficient. We should invest on simpler but efficient and effective machines when it comes to processing and production of our products. As to water usage, wastewater reuse is very much effective. And for machine innovations, we may have custom-made machines in partnership with other organizations to effectively and efficiently produce our products, thus contributing to the sustainability. So, with the roles and actions of MSMEs are enormous in building a sustainable world. As a group, MSMEs play a huge role in global economy, particularly in equitable income generation, employment creation, innovation, and growth. Responsible consumption and production, that is SDG 12, is at the heart of these MSMEs through adoption of efficient production practices and making sustainable use of local resources. By reducing waste and preserving biodiversity, all MSMEs have their small share in improving life on land. If managed well and monitored systematically, adoption of green business practices among MSMEs can lead to greater socioeconomic impacts, resulting to cost savings, employment generation, drive innovation, and competitiveness to create inclusive green growth. Going green is possible, and in fact, it can bring both monetary and non-monetary benefits for businesses. Greening interventions does not always require investment. Through some interventions such as bulb replacement, rainwater harvesting, change in processing require initial investments. Other green interventions involve no cost, such as an alternative fuel from waste, change in coffee roasting methods, reuse materials, the use of waste for fertilizing, and gray water from manufacturing to farming. Some greening interventions involve no cost at all, but offer an innovative approach, particularly the alternative fuel from waste reuse of materials and the use of waste for fertilization. For us fertilizers, I should say. So green as well as profitable. All greening intervention analyzed have shown positive cost savings, and it has positive net present values over 5 to 10 years and above. Greening can be competitive as well and inclusive. Engaging in greening practices also translate into social relevance of firms in the communities they are operating in. They can be considered as advocates of green practices, Some partnered with women entrepreneurs and marginalized communities and trained them on green technologies and efficient practices, which provided more competitiveness and stable income. And lastly, green MSMEs or green micro, small, medium enterprises, by practicing these interventions, are contributing to the global agenda on sustainable development goals. At larger scale, micro, small, medium enterprises play a huge role in the global economy, particularly in equitable income generation, employment creation, and innovation, and in growth. In particular, for goals, we have the SDG 8, 9, 11, and 12 pertain to economic growth and sustainable consumption and production patterns, while MSMEs can play a leading role to achieve these sustainable goals. So these are the basic practices that we have in the Philippines, from energy saving and reduction of emissions to water reuse to waste recycling to organic farming are practiced in the Philippines to contribute to the sustainability of the business. So with the limited time I have, I do apologize for getting too fast with my discussion. But in case you have any question regarding greening practices as practiced by the MSMEs, I will be freely entertaining it at the latter part of the conference. I will end this presentation. Once again, thank you so much for having us, and congratulations to the organizing committee.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you
so
so
much.
much. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Malinao. It's a perfect timing, and everything is already very clear from your presentations.
Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
I'd like to have you back during the discussion session later. But now we need to continue with another invited speaker. We have here Bapak Associate Professor Dr. Zailani bin Abdullah. Is Bapak Associate Professor Dr. Zailani bin Abdullah already here with us? Dr. Abdullah? Okay, while waiting for the connections, perhaps I will read Dr. Zailani Abdullah's CV real quick. Dr. Zailani Abdullah is an associate professor and the Dean of Faculty of Entrepreneurship and Business at University Malaysia, Kelantan. Dr. Zailani bin Abdullah obtained his Bachelor's of Information Technology from University Utara Malaysia at Kedah in 1994. And in 23, he received his Master's of Science from University Malaysia, Terengganu. He later acquired his doctorate degree in Information Technology from University Tun Hussein On Malaysia in 2012. Dr. Zailani bin Abdullah has published numerous articles in reputed international journals and has received many awards and grants. Today, Dr. Zailani bin Abdullah will talk for about 20 minutes with us about digitalization of small, medium enterprises in Malaysia.
Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Muhlisin, as a moderator for the third International Conference on Rural Development 2023. First of all, thanks you to your Bapak Rector, Professor Hanafi, for giving me an opportunity to share a little bit about the SME with regard to digitalization in Malaysia. And for your information, I also want to say thank you to Ibu Bayu for inviting me, for personally contact me to participate in this conference. And I do believe that by having this such prestigious conference, there are a lot of information that we can obtain, and also some of in terms of researcher, in terms of the student. So you may have something that you can digest to relate to your research, and also some of you may want to pursue your study. You can have a look the topic that we are going to share a little bit to you today. So the topic that I'm going to talk today is about the digitalization of small, medium enterprise in Malaysia. At the moment, small, medium enterprise have a lot of definition. Different country have their own definition. So what I'm trying to say here, that there is no common definition. Basically, SME is referred to the business that they are generate the revenues, they have the assets, and they have the employee. So the keywords here is the with certain threshold. So we can classify the SME according to the certain threshold. Why SME is very important? Because SME basically will produce, will create jobs to the people in your country, and also it also helps in terms of the global economy development. Based on the information revealed by the World Bank organization, 40% of the national income comes from the SME. That's why the SME is very crucial in any country in the world. So in terms of Malaysia, right now we have about 1.2 millions, which is represent nearly 97% of the total business. So this is a very big number actually with regard to the SME. And however, as you know, due to the pandemic COVID in 2020, 2021, we lost about 40.7 billions. This is the information revealed by the HRM Asia in 2021. That's a lot actually due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And also, since my topic is digitalization of the SMEs in Malaysia, so it is good to have some very basic definition about some basic terms with regard to digitalization. We start with the very simple term, which is the digitization. So digitization, digit is referred to convert from the data and the process. We are trying to convert from the non-digital to the digital format. This is a very straightforward when talking about the digitization. But when we extend the digitization to the organization, it's referred to the digitalization. So digitalization basically refers to the transformation by taking all the advantages of digital technology. Here we are talking about how to communicate, how to connect between the physical world into the digital world, between the device available surrounding us with the software, between the hardware and also between the software. So when we're talking about the SME digitalization, it usually relates to the digital with regard to the marketplace, with regard to the platform. For example, using the social media as a platform, and also we cannot run away from the big data and many more. So SME digitalization is basically a process of organization transformation through adoption of the digital technology. And then therefore, why digitalization is very important to SME? What happens if the SME still maintain the conventional way of doing business? So SME, they need to sustain. It's not easy to survive in the business. Therefore, digitalization become the main concern, not only in Malaysia, but in Indonesia, in other world. They are also need to look seriously about digitalization. So digitalization is very important because we are talking about the competitive advantage. How we are going to sustain very long in the business. Otherwise, we have to shut down the business. That's why they have to, whether they like it or not, spend their time, look into the digitalization, how they are going to transform their organization, their business into digitalization. And number two, digitalization is very important because it provides a lot of market, a lot of opportunity to sell your product. There is no boundary limitation. You can market your product to the entire world. That's why we have to, the government put a very serious intention to promote and to encourage the company, the SME in Malaysia to be prepared and participate seriously in the SME. And number two, of course, if you want to go the digitalization, you have to reconfigure your resources in terms of the money, in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of your human resource, and many more. That is something that we have to look into if we want to participate in the digitalization. Okay, this is a very broad definition with regard to digital domain. For example, we're talking about the digitization is focused on data conversion, for example, very straightforward. But digitalization, we're talking about information processing, how we're going to process the information and use those information to make a correct decision. Digital transformation, how you're going to take advantage of the knowledge that we transform previously from the data into information and now go to the knowledge. In terms of the goal, the digitalization focus on to change the analog into digital from the into the binary. And then for the digitalization in terms of goal, it is automate the existing business process and operation. We are no longer rely on the conventional way of doing the business. We have to transform our workflow in organization. And also, therefore, for the digital transformation in organization, we are talking about we want to change the company culture previously using the traditional way of doing business and how to take advantage of the digitalization and how they are going to think ahead in terms of the digitalization, how digitalization will give benefit to their organization. In terms of activity, digitization, very straightforward. We are going to convert the document, for example, the photo to digital format. For example, we want to convert, we scan, for example, and convert into PDF. But in terms of digitalization, the activity relies on the creation of the complete digital work processes. As I mentioned earlier, there is no longer the conventional way of doing business. We need to have a proper system, proper culture, and so on. But digital transformation, creation of new digital company or the transformation to a digital one, we have to transform 180 degrees if you still want to sustain the business. Okay, in terms of tool, digitalization, we are going to use the computer, the personal computer, and then for the digitalization, we are not talking about the computer, we're talking about the system. We are talking about the application of the computer. And for digitalization transformation, we are talking about the metric of the new digital technology, the report that will help the top management to make a decision, which is they have a lot of report that can extract from. And then in terms of challenge, of course, digitalization, we're talking about the volume. There are a lot of materials we need to convert into digitization. That's very straightforward. But when we refer to the digitalization, we're talking about the price and the financial, because it's not cheap to transform your organization into digitalization. What about your financial support? Are you ready on that? And then once we convert into the digital transformation, the resistance to change, willingness, the ability, capability to change. Now we refer to the human factor. Are we ready in terms of human? We are going to send them to a training and so on. For example, in terms of digitization, you have the traditional library, you have a lot of books, hard copy books, and we scan those material, convert into digital. But the digitalization, completely electronic registration process from registration until delivery. Now we go to the problems. This is the issue why we have to look into seriously about the digitalization. According to a Parliament of Malaysia report in 2020, the total SME ceased the operation. They have to shut down, stop their business for the first implementation of movement control order, March until June 2020, nearly 10,000. During the recovery of MCO, 22,000, nearly 22,000 of SME need to close down. And unfortunately, majority of the business that closed down are the micro SME. For the first MCO, nearly 80%. During the recovery, 71%. So from this statement, then you realize that why the government take very serious to promote, to persuade the SME go for the digitalization. And many of them, for your information, based on this, before the COVID-19 pandemic, they are run regularly using the traditional way of doing business. They don't care about the digitalization, but when the COVID-19 pandemic arrived, so they are not ready at all. Okay, this is the worldwide. Now I've shared about the statistic in Malaysia, but in terms of the international, the survey out of 132 countries, this operation strongly affected around 33% around the world. And within 3 months, 25% risk of shutting down permanently their business. And according to the report revealed by the McKinsey in 2020, the prediction of that small business closed down permanently within the first 4 months between 25 to 36%. So this is a very serious statistic. That's why the government of Malaysia pays serious attention. Although they have started this digitalization before the COVID-19 pandemic, but after the COVID-19 pandemic, they realized that more action need to put in place in order to make sure our SME can sustain. Okay, and then according to the worldwide, SME lost between 30% to 50% their revenue between February 2020 to April 2021, which is represents 70% to 80%. So this is the why this thing happened. As I mentioned earlier, nowadays there are still SME are not ready. If you're talking about the digital divide, they are not ready at all. They are blurred about the technology, digitalization. They don't bother about the digitalization. That's why this is the problem occurs. I believe that it's not in Malaysia, but also in Indonesia and other parts of country in the world. So digitalization adoption among SME, according to the World Group reported in 2018, is not impressive, very slow actually. The web present, only 25% of them. You just imagine what is going on, 70%. There are no picture at all in terms of internet. They have no idea about the social media and so on. Engagement of the e-commerce in 2015 is only 5.2%, but I believe currently then this statistic will increase. Achievement in advanced digitalization is only 25%, and implementation of digital finance, digital accounting system, only 46%. Now, based on this data, then you start realize that why SME, they cannot fly high. Some of them need to shutting down their business during the COVID-19. Okay, among the obstacles, this is the report revealed by SME, Small Medium Enterprise Corporation of Malaysia in 2018. Cost of doing business actually is not cheap. It's quite expensive. And then number two, in terms of the cash flow, their payment financing is not very good. That's why they are not ready. They are reluctant to spend their time for the digitalization. Business financing is also not impressive. That's why this is some obstacle they are facing. Human capital development, if they want to move to digitalization, they need to spend actually to make sure the staff are ready and know how to use the system. And also in terms of the technology adoption. So the objective there, we're going to reveal some incentive of the business digitalization introduced by the government of Malaysia. So we are based on the data from the secondary source of data and also from the existing literature. So Malaysia government introduced several incentives for the digital economy because the government pay very serious attention by 2030 to go for digital economy. So digital economy refer to the activity to produce, to adopt and innovate digital technology and services with regard to the organization and so on. Why? Because enhancing socio-economic function through the digitalization with regard to wealth creation actually, and then the productivity and the quality of life. This is some incentive I mentioned earlier. In terms of the financial support, we have 100 million from the digitalization matching grant. This is the latest one introduced by the latest government. And also for the digital business digital grant, 200 million and out of them, 50 million focus for the Bumiputra micro entrepreneur, specifically in the rural area, 45 million for the technology transformation program, and also 50 billion My Digital and Malaysia Digital Economy blueprint. They have a budget actually to go for digitalization. And then also they put under the government National Economy Recovery Plan called a PEJANA, about 200K per project. Any SME they can apply, they will receive 200K. And then for the business scale up, they allocate around 400K per project. And also for the 500K grant or equivalent to the 20K tax deduction for any industry forward intervention fund. And then also, what are the challenges? So this is some challenge. And number one, start in the initial stage. 70% of the Malaysia SME start at the early stage of the digitalization according to the Business Today report. Inadequate infrastructure and the system, and also advanced security, cyber security are required to go for the digitalization. Another thing is the financing, especially for the micro enterprise. They are not ready, they are not afford to spend for, and then they are not sure at all in terms of return of investment. And also employee skill, lacking of employee skills and knowledge, they have to train them. Of course, they have to invest in terms of technology. Some of them, they are not aware at all digitalization tool, how they are going to take the benefit of their business transformation. Okay, another challenge is a business strategy. It's not easy actually to develop a digital business strategy and using digital technology such as the cloud computing, analytical tools, and many more. And then also for the regulatory body, SME is not familiar at all. This is some advantage. You can engage more customer, you can optimize the process, and you can also transform the business product and services through the e-commerce platform. We can empower employee, and also we can reduce costs, increase the profit margin, and improve the efficiency. Finally, the conclusion, the significant number of SME around the globe were shutting down due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This is a fact that we cannot deny. And number two, the right support via appropriate incentive from the government is very important to support the SME digitalization so that they can go per plan and per time frame. Last but not least, SME also is a need to embrace the digitalization in their business. I think that's all from me. Thanks again to the organization. This is very great conference, I believe. And I also that I do apologize any inconvenience during my presentation. So back to the moderator. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Zailani. And perfect timing, everything is clear. Dr. Zailani talks about various aspects of digitalizations of MSME, especially in Malaysia. All right, now we come to the next, our invited speaker. We have here Dr. Nilborn K. Muhammad. Is Dr. Nilborn Muhammad is already here with us? I believe he is. Okay, while waiting for Dr. Nilborn, I would like to read his CV real quick. So Dr. Nilborn K. Muhammad is currently an adjunct professor at the Western Philippines University. He is also a consultant for Bangsamoro Member of Parliament in the Philippines. Dr. Nilborn K. Muhammad has received many recognitions during and after his studies. Okay. Oh, there you are. Welcome, sir. Okay, let me continue reading his CV. Dr. Nilborn holds a Bachelor of Secondary Education from Cotabato State University, the Philippines, and he holds a Master of Education as well as Doctor of Islamic Education, both from Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Like other speakers, Dr. Nilborn K. Muhammad will be speaking for 20 minutes. Over to you, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Coordinator.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Crystal clear.
All right, so Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good morning to everybody. And to our co-speakers, good afternoon, good morning, and Assalamualaikum. By the way, I'd like to thank to our rector He is my friend. If you are there, Pak Dokter, apa kabar? And the Vice Rector, and all of you, especially at Ahmadiyya Desember. By the way, so on my behalf, I'd like to give my presentation to my secretary. He is the secretary of Muhammadiyah Philippines and retired professor of Philippine Business Administration, Philippine School of Business Administration in Manila. He is a professor, Dr. Online. Maybe he is already here. Professor Online, if you are there, please present your PowerPoint. Prof. Undain, Dr. Undain, are you there? Hello? Let me call. All right, so he is already. Okay, Prof, you may present.
Perhaps you need to unmute yourself. You're still muted here. Excuse me, Dr. Neighbor. Just want to make sure. All right, so perhaps the speakers need some time to, for the speakers to unmute themselves. Dr. Neighbor?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Please
wabarakatuh.
good morning to all the participants. And my thanks and gratitude and admiration to the men and women behind the organization of this third International Conference on Rural Development.
Waalaikumsalam. All right, we can continue with your presentation, sir.
Continue presentation, Prof. Undain.
Prof. Undain?
Yes.
Do you hear me? Okay, now you may continue with your presentation.
I'm ready.
All right, okay.
Waiting for the PowerPoint.
All right, okay.
Oh no, Mr. Nayan. The topic assigned to me is the effect of micro, small, and medium enterprises of the economic growth in the Philippines. Small and medium enterprises, first, refers to any business activity or enterprise engaged in industry, agribusiness, and or service. Single proprietorship, cooperative, partnership, or corporation whose total assets must have value falling under the following category. Micro, not more than 3 million pesos. Small, 3 million to 15 million. Medium 15 million, 001 to 100 million. Eligibility for government assistance duly registered with the appropriate agency as presently provided by law. 100% owned, capitalized by Filipino citizens, whether single, proprietorship, or partnership. If the enterprise is a judicial entity, at least 60% of its capital or outstanding stock must be owned by Filipino citizens. Must not be a branch, subsidiary, or division of large-scale enterprise. Programs of small business corporations as provided in the subsequent provisions in the Magna Carta for micro, small, medium enterprises shall exclusively be delivered and directed to bona fide micro, small, medium enterprises. Micro, small, medium enterprises, wholesale and retail trade, repair of motor vehicles and motorcycle sector generated the most number of jobs, 2,366,250,000. Manufacturing, 1,529,913. Administrative and support services, activities rather, 1,247,578. Accommodation and food services activities, 727,663. Financial and insurance activities, 442,555. So we are lucky. I am lucky to be able to get this percentage of our GDP. As we know, economic growth is measured by GDP, or gross domestic product. So this is spanning how many years? More than 60 years. From Ferdinand Marcos, pre-Marcel Law, 1965 to 1972, 4.9%. So Ferdinand Marcos Marcel Law era, 1973-85, 3.3%. So it contracted. Cory Aquino, 1986, 1992, 3.4%. Fidel Ramos, 1992, 1998, 3.1%. Irap Estrada, 1998 to 2000, 2.3%. GMA, 2000 to 2010, so about 8 years, 4.5 average GDP. President Aquino, Noynoy Aquino, to 2010 to 2015, 6.2%. Source, Philippine Equity, published in the Philippine Star, November 30, 2015. President Marcos, Bongbong Marcos administration growth target is expected to grow in 2024 to 2028 at 6.5% to 8%. This is somewhat, I should say, ambitious, but hopefully the government is on track of this development, this targeted economic growth. Our budget for 2024 is 5.760 trillion. So anytime today, the president will sign into law this national budget for 2024. So usually our GDP or GNP is close to the budget or vice versa, national budget. So by the trillion, how many trillion? First, the highest in Philippine history, Philippine government. source NEDA, National Economic Development Code. Now, before I will discuss this entrepreneur, anyway, I shall continue. Entrepreneur, the terms come, this is quotation, the term comes from French and means one who assumes the risk of a business. So business is really that risky. Risky. So that's why the entrepreneurs are entitled to good return on investment and reasonable profit because of the risk they assume. The risk is the uncertainty of the happening of an unfortunate event, like a typhoon, earthquake, and other natural calamities. In a broader definition, entrepreneurs are divided in individuals who organize, manage, and assume risk of the business for the purpose of making profit. Another quotation, entrepreneurship is a 24/7 job. And every minute you are spending agonizing over what your competitor is doing. You are not spending working with your customers or undertaking the data to see what next you have to do with your product. So there is a need to always innovate the product to cope with the competition. Next. Entrepreneurs have the following characteristics. Abilities first, ability to organizing ability, ability to absorb setbacks and bounce back, problem-solving ability, human relation ability, communication ability, ability to make sound and decision, and to take full responsibility for decisions. Next. So aside from traits, realistic expectation about the amount of work, persistence and patience, ambition, energy and drive, a sense of independence and self-confidence, technical knowledge of how to operate retail business, enthusiasm, willing to take chance, common sense, and good health. Another quotation from a successful businesswoman, Lillian Vernon. Self-confidence is a necessary character trait for someone starting a new business. But you must temper that enthusiasm with the ability to look at a situation where complete honesty and gritty objectivity, a strong streak of realism in the founding entrepreneur is the key to success, especially in the early stage of business. Next. References, Philippine, a legal forum, Department of Trade and Industry, National Economic Development Authority, Land Bank of the Philippines, Retail Marketing for Employees, Managers and Entrepreneurs by Meyer, Harris, Kantz, and Justin, Philippine. I would like to go back to the definition of micro, small, medium enterprises. So as the previous speaker mentioned, there is no fixed definition for each country as to the definition. However, our what we call Magna Carta for medium enterprises serve as the guideline for micro, small, medium enterprise. That is Republic Act 6977. So Republic Act 6977 as amended, also known as the Magna Carta for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise, previously called the Magna Carta for Small Enterprise. So as the previous speaker mentioned, this is the contributions about 40% common to all least developed countries. 40% of the products, goods and services, or GDP, came from the operation of micro, small, and medium enterprise. And this is contributing employment. And as more people, how many million, as I mentioned in the data, are employed, their purchasing power will naturally improve, increase, especially the so-called disposable income. So usually, the growth of the economy, GDP, is measured or determined by what we call consumer spending. There are now more than 100 million population, so we really have to create jobs, to give employment to these people, and then they can buy goods and services. So this is in line with also I mentioned the Millennium Goals of the United Nations, year 2000 to 2015. So this is time bound. More than 189 world leaders committed to implement to achieving the Millennium Goals. Number one is the eradication of mass poverty and hunger. So another is the problem of SIB, climate change, climate sustainability, sustainable development, and others. So even now, after 15 years, from 2015 up to the present, the United Nations has even more, ambitious goals for the country, for the world. But the fact that problem number one remains the eradication of mass poverty and hunger. So as to the contribution of micro small enterprises, I particularly like to mention the time of President Duterte, 2016 to 2022, where he appointed as presidential advisor for entrepreneurship or for entrepreneur, a well-known businessman, Mr. Joey Concepcion. Joey Concepcion has many friends, partners in the private sector that provide mentoring, market to the would-be entrepreneurs. So the GDP, average GDP during the time of President Duterte is 6.2%. This is modest. Since we are talking of previous speaker mentioned also of the sustainable development goals, so it should be sustained. So for so many years, 5 or not just short term, we can sustain this growth 6.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Undain. Thank you, Prof. Undain, for your presentations. Unfortunately, we have running out of time. So yeah, thank you, Prof. Undain. Thank you to Dr. Nailborn as well. All right, so with the time considerations, we need to continue with the next presentations. And the next presenters we have today here, Professor Emeritus Dr. Rusami Zain Yusuf. I just want to check whether Professor Emeritus Dr. Rusami Zain Yusuf is already here with us.
Yes, sure.
Oh, thank you. That's that's really good to have you here, sir. All right, before Professor Yusuf present his talk, I would like to read his CV real quick. So Professor Emeritus Dr. Rusami Zain Yusuf is currently the Dean of Faculty of Business, Management and Information Technology at University Muhammadiyah, Malaysia. And he was previously the Deputy Vice Chancellor of College of Business, Dean of the School of Business Management at University Utara Malaysia. And Professor Emeritus Dr. Rusami Zain Yusuf has published many books and also journal articles, and he has won a lot of recognitions and awards. All right, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Professor Yusuf. The floor is yours, sir.
I'll share my screen. Okay, can you get my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, inshallah. Auzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for His mercy for us to be around here. Okay, thank you to University of Desember for inviting me to be one of the invited speakers for this conference. Okay, as in the slide, so my topic will focus on the technology and innovation in MSME. In Malaysia, we call it SME. We categorize the micro into the small and mediums. Okay. And we're going to touch it in the context of the rural industries. Okay. And as mentioned by the previous speakers, okay, SME is an important engine in the government, okay, where 90% of in most country, more than 90% of the business entity in the country belong to the SMEs, the SME. Okay, and since majority of the participants are those from the academia, that means lecturers and students, the tone of my discussions will be in the academic tone so that it can benefit all of us. Okay, so the first part of my discussions will be on the issue of looking at technology and innovations. If you look at the spread of research, okay, in these areas, okay, this is the was viewers of bibliometric analysis of all research done in the issue of technology innovation in SMEs, okay, and we know that the research on these areas started, okay, long times ago and is still there. That shows how relevant is the issue of SMEs, okay, in the context of the contribution to nations and in the context of the R&D, the research and development. And if we zoom down to the issue of technology innovations alone, okay, we also can see a lot of research being done. And I like to push down to these slides where currently, okay, if you can look at this, the red part, it shows the current research in this area. Okay, in the current research in SMEs, focus very much on the issue of how does SMEs take full advantage of the IR 4.0. Okay, and these are the things that we're going to discuss in my discussions. Okay, so as I mentioned, okay, if you look, you see a lot of research being done on the importance of adopting technology innovations, benefits, and trends and opportunities. Okay, and if you look at the discussions about SME challenges, okay, this is where I'm going to focus. Okay, and we can see the issue of SME sustainability is one of the major issues in the research being done by a lot of academics throughout the world. Okay, and why the issue of the sustainability of the SMEs has been discussed by previous speakers, Dr. Zailanis and so on. We see that across the globe there is a failures of SMEs and so on, and we can see that they are not sustainable because of they cannot cope with what refer to the changing environments and the competitive environments that we have. Okay, so and when we speak about the issue of challenging and competitive environments, okay, we can't run away from discussion about the issue of how volatile our environments, the issue of VUCA. And VUCA does not only affect big organizations, VUCA also affects small, mediums, micro-based organizations. And what do you mean by VUCA? We know that, okay, the business environment is volatile, things change very fast. Unless and until you can change your speeds of changing your business entity, okay, can cope with the changes in the business environment, you cannot survive. There's no sustainability in terms of that. Okay, and to make things worse, okay, these changes, things that this become very uncertain. Okay, and it's very difficult unless and until you monitor closely, okay, the development in the changing environments related to your business, okay, you'll be badly affected by it. And it's complex and ambiguous. Okay, so as I mentioned, okay, so lot of discussions about the so-called SMEs, sustainability in the changing environments. We can look it from the perspective of the IR4 industrial revolutions, where we know that there are what referred to as a lot of disruptive technologies that affect the business. Okay, Dr. Zalani touched parts of it in terms of the digitalization parts, okay, where all these issues of disruption not only affected big organizations, it also affected SMEs. Unless and until you can incorporate these 12 disruptive technologies in your organizations, in the SMEs, you cannot survive. Okay, this is the digital part of it, and we also have the so-called the other parts of it that also things that SMEs got to take into considerations. The issue of 3D printing that can help us in our design of our product. The issue of advanced robotics. These are all things not things that is mean for big companies. It's also right now throughout the globe, SMEs is trying their best to integrate these disruptive technologies in their organizations. If you cannot do that, then you're going to face problems. Okay, so in order for you for the SMEs to capitalize on these IR 4.0s in making sure that they can survive, okay, one of the major things that they look into is the issue of innovations. Okay, and there are a lot of discussions about innovations also in the context of SMEs. And one of the major things that we heard of late that start to affect badly the SMEs, the issue is the issue of disruptive innovations. Okay, this is where every one of us in the SMEs or related to SMEs, I'm talking this not only to those who are the operators of the SMEs, we, the academics, the consultants, the policymakers, and so on, we got to take note of the issue of disruptive innovations that may adversely affect the SMEs. Okay, so what do you mean by disruptive innovations? A technology or new business model that disrupt the existing markets. Okay, a good uh, uh, a good example of disruptive innovations. We know that those days, okay, we use records or we use cassettes in playing music. But right now, you cannot see cassettes anymore. It's been replaced by the disc and by more digital base that capture the music and so on, that make the old technologies become obsolete. So this is where we got to look into. SMEs not only need to polish their business in going for sustained innovations, that is making things better, the organization better, but they got to look into the issues of how to innovate so that they can take advantage of disruptive innovations somewhere in the business environments to incorporate into their business. This is the major challenge for the SMEs. Okay, so we know when we discuss about disruptive innovations, those days we have taxis, nowadays we don't have taxis, we have Uber, they take advantage of all those things. Okay, those days we have established hotels around, but now, okay, with Oyo, disrupt the hotel industries by offering a different modes that they go into those. So using, okay, digitalized technology in promoting SMEs and so on. So these are areas that we got to look example of disruptions that we got to look into. Okay, so when SMEs go for digital disruptions. Okay, they're going to move to that. They got to be prepared to go for that. If not, they're going to be eat. They're going to be taken over by other bigs or other form, because your business, the business of SMEs, can be eaten by the big organizations or SMEs, not in your locality. So one of the major issues in terms of SMEs, technological barriers, is resistant to change, compatibility issues, cost of reputations, and so on. But I'm going to focus for a while on resistance to change, which lead to many technology innovations in SMEs that we cannot proceed because of the resistance, whether we get it from our employees or from the environments. Okay, one of the examples, look, okay, so across the globe, when Uber was introduced, okay, we can see all these resistance. These are resistance from the Uber drivers, from the traditional taxi drivers, okay, or uh, the those that haven't used the issue of the Gojek after that. So right now, with all this technology, they become more systematic. Okay, I'm just showing you the examples of the issue of how technologies, disruptive technologies, okay, they become problems to small families because they have become very organized and so on. And unless and until you join the disruptive innovations, okay, you cannot survive. Okay, another major issues in terms of disruptive innovations, okay, if you can read, okay, this, I took it from the impact of disruptive innovations in ASEAN, okay, so uh, so just read it, okay. The International Labour Organization said in a report titled ASEAN Transformation that half of the salaried workers, approximately 107 million workers in Cambodia, Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines, and Thailand might lose their jobs in the next 20 years. And majority of these are those employed in the SMEs. Okay, why? Because of the issue of the introductions of automations, introductions of disruptive technologies in the SMEs, okay, or in the manufacturing of goods that being produced by SMEs. Okay, so job losses is a big issue. So right now we got to look into these issues of balancing between the need for us to make sure that our SMEs, okay, move into the digital era, and the job losses because of that issues. Okay, so yes, we may have more competitive SMEs, but what will happen to the job market? These are things that we really got to look into it. As academics, we got to come out with some research to help the nations to provide a good policies that can ensure not only we can become competitive, but we can ensure that the job markets is still there. Okay, so the future outlook, okay, the technology and innovations in SMEs. Okay, one is a technical driven growth. Technology innovation will continue to drive growth and innovations in SMEs, enabling them to adapt to changing markets. Okay, then the collaborations and partnerships, collaboration between SMEs and industry players and governments agency will foster the ecosystem of technology adoptions and the skill developments. Okay, these are the future outlook in the context of technology and innovation in SMEs. Okay, for researchers in this conference, okay, these are things that we really got to do a lot of research, because you just cannot take this just as it is. We got to make sure that it suit with the entrepreneurship environments around us. Okay, because we got to make sure that the big company strategies that we've been teaching students and so on might not be relevant in the context of SMEs. So we need to look into these perspectives, okay, of research on technology-driven growth, collaborations, skill developments, okay, how we can produce that will suit well with the SMEs in our locality. Okay, in Malaysia, okay, we have technology innovation initiative, okay, based on studies being done by universities, by the government agencies in SMEs and so on. We work together and to find the best solutions to make sure that our issues of technologies and innovations and SMEs is something that is doable, that is practical, that can be implemented successfully. Okay, so government support, the Malaysian government has implemented various programs, and all these things is based on proper studies, the startup incubators, industry collaborations, and all this, okay, inshallah, okay, will provide a good output as mentioned by Dr. Zailani in his presentation just now. Okay, as a conclusions, okay, because of this short of time, okay, technology and innovations are vital for the growth and competitiveness of SMEs, not only in Malaysia, but throughout the world. Okay, and thus, at the end of the day, it will lead to the sustainability of the nation, the sustainability of the desa dan sebagainya. Okay, by embracing technology, SMEs can overcome challenges, expand their markets reach, and unlock new opportunities. So with that, I end my presentations. Thank you, Dr. Moderator and the organization committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It's very clear and all right, so let's continue with the last invited speaker. We have here Dr. Bin Mali Konbate. Before we continue with discussion session. All right, while waiting for Dr. Bin Mali Konbate, I would like to read his CV. Dr. Komali Konbate is a lecturer at School of International Education at Guangzhou College of Technology and Business. And he had completed his bachelor's degree at University of Lomé at Togo in finance and accounting, and a master's degree also in finance at Universitas 11 Maret at Surakarta, Indonesia. Finally, he completed his PhD at College of Public Administration at Guangzhou University of Science and Technology in Wuhan, China. All right, so Dr. Bin Mali Konbate, are you already here with us? Dr. Bin Mali? Okay, perhaps he is still having some technical issues. Just a quick information for everyone attending this conference. We will begin our discussion session, question and answer session shortly after the presentations by Dr. Konbate. Okay, so you are welcome to prepare some questions to all the speakers that are already with us regarding about the materials that they already presented. All right, one more last checks. Dr. Konbate. Okay. All right, so without delaying the times, well, still waiting for Dr. Konbate's last presentation. We still can afford about 20 minutes, maybe close to 20 minutes-ish before we start the question and answer sessions. Everyone who wish to write their questions to the presenters, you may write it on the chat box, or if you wish to talk directly to the presenters, you may letter. All right, there you are. Okay, glad to have you here. Dr. Bin Mali Konbate, You have 20 minutes to present the materials. Now I give you the time. You may start right away, anytime you're ready.
I don't know what's happened, but I cannot hear anything from you.
Oh, you cannot hear me? Can you now hear me? Because I can hear you very clearly. Can you now hear me? Operator, please help. I can hear you very clearly. Okay.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, very clear.
Okay.
Very clear. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your attention. And first of all, I would like to thank the committee for organizing this event, and particularly for the title of this event, which is particularly very important for our community development, particularly the introduction. What the topic of my speech is macro, small, and medium enterprises and sustainable rural development, perspective and challenges. Can you make it full screen?
It's already full. The screen is already full.
I'm really sorry. I cannot hear anything. I don't know what is. So the content outline for my presentation attaches as a of small and enterprises, the role of micro, small and prospect of micro, small and enterprises, challenge and of my speech. Let's move on. Okay. As I said before, it is evident in nowadays that micro, small are very important, particularly most countries, that most of people that has a command of control, which is sometimes strict for some purpose that we are. And for us, we are suggesting that the reflection and self-regulation for my and capacity in order to give a flexibility for this sector to contribute for a sustainable development. As we know, micro, small, and medium enterprises are the strength for rural economic development and the crave and their role of certain development create some job opportunities are able to alleviate poverty in rural areas. Macro small enterprises is essential for the development of rural regions and have a significant poverty alleviation country development, as they are very pivotal in sustainable development. Also, they are source of creation of welfare and of poverty. As the large scale factories are sometimes in while the small and small town such security can help the small and medium enterprises to create some kind of job and perspective of small and enterprises. Existing studies show that rural areas in developing countries are facing a range of challenges, high unemployment, extreme poverty, and in the development process. However, in the midterm, government itself cannot meet the requirement. So it's quite challenging for federal or public only to ensure the government. So the private sector may consist of micro, small, and enterprises that and share government can increase increase the income and upgrade the country itself, country GDP. So development will emerging force for entrepreneurship, employment creation, and working for low risk developing country as ours. So in my presentation, I just show this to show the prospect. This is very important for, especially when we are in micro, small, and medium enterprises, and when we are in country, especially rural area where we don't have those high-tech company that can come and also, even if it's a high-tech company, they have a limited pattern on employing. So micro, small, and medium enterprises can be source of creation of employment and wealth of people. Next. Nevertheless, there's a development potential remaining untouched because our people that operate in are locked into competitive production partner and unable to approach dynamic partner that expertise and how to. Because sometimes we know that, as I said, I give an example of high-tech company. Sometimes when they are located in some places, people work there can get some expertise, some knows to. And this also could help for the development of our society because people can work in high-tech company and by the end of the day, they will leave them, go and open their own company. This increases in the country or in the rural area. Meanwhile, in our country, sometimes those high-tech companies are only in the urban area, and this is not too much benefit for creation and the. So it is the role of the government to facilitate the sector development as well as to create and maintain a competitive private sector and contribute to poverty by building a sustainable among the small and large partner and support them in this partnership. Next, please. So micro and small medium enterprises access to finance is also for their expansion because many studies have shown that especially small and medium enterprises does not have much access to financing, and this can be a key challenging for micro and small enterprises. To facilitate the micro and small enterprises sector as the development trigger, it is the most important to provide adequate asset, credit, and other financial resources. This can be the role of the government, some condition or new policy to implement in order to facilitate or to give kind of incentive to the financial institution, including bank and microfinance and so on, for them to be able to open to small and medium enterprises, entrepreneur in that sector in order to finance. Rural financing is considered to be an instrument of rural development and poverty reduction. There are several tools aimed at provision of these assets that rural area to small and medium from of a favorable line through commercial bank to fostering development of credit cooperation. Next, please. As we have some, because the role of the government to facilitate, as I said, for to facilitate private sector as well as to maintain the competitive private sector and contribute to the poverty reduction by building success among small-sized enterprises, their large scalability partner, and support the that micro, small, and medium enterprises has the potential to generate an employment, local economy. We also suggest that local economy should profit and in order to certify that young people are provided with adequate knowledge and quality of for operating more productive micro, small and medium enterprises sector for sustainable rural development. this is very important because government in some countries nowadays, because we know that some of our education system are deeply supported, and maybe beyond our education system much into account in the local economy. So it's important for the government or local government or federal government to implement some kind of policy in order to develop a kind of education curriculum that will take into account the local need. What kind of activity local people can do to increase the well-being of micro, small, and also this activity includes in our education system can go to school to do this activity that may help when they come back to start their business easily. Next, the role of the government to our rural financing institutions enforced to critical development of the rural region in form of overcoming the constraint and barrier for providing small and medium. As at the state or federal level, government planners, economists, and material for the sake of sustainable development should focus attention to the entrepreneurs who operate in this sector. I mean the sector of micro, small, and enterprises. Credit issuing institution, department, and commercial bank will provide loan for establishment of micro, small enterprises. Should overcome the constraints such as low interest rate as well as omit as also to omit what the favoritism, and this will help for rural development. This can be trained or this can be encouraged by the government itself because private sector, even the private sector, have the ability to finance. Sometimes government policy can only things that can help to encourage other giving to or to give, because when people put their money in the bank, also at the for the banking. The government policy can enforce and secure this financial institution in order to facilitate financial to providing loan to small and enterprises that will help to boost their activity and therefore boost the rural development. Then next, thank you for your attention and sorry for convenience. I don't know what's happening because I was doing classes and come back. I really know what's happening because I still cannot hear.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Mali. Sorry. Okay, now we can continue with the question and answer sessions. We have all the speakers ready here. And for the sessions, we can accept like, let's say 2 questions from the audience. And I already have one here from Ibu Dr. Ria Angin. Okay, so the question is to Dr. Zailani Abdullah, wondering whether Dr. Zailani Abdullah is still here with us. I hope he is.
Yeah, I wish you.
Okay. So we have one question for you here, sir, from Ibu Ria Angin. So she writes here, economic recovery digitalization still depends on the intervention of the government aid. And after the program finish, the program could promote the MSMEs. But in some cases, the digitalization with the aid intervention from the government program is not sustainable for MSMEs.
Okay, let's start.
So what do you think about this? What do you think about this idea?
So basically, I strongly agree with that question because that's why, as I mentioned earlier during my presentation, the government initiative and incentive begins before the COVID-19 pandemic. And then after the COVID-19 pandemic, the government still continue the incentive to promote the digitalization among SME. Definitely, the previous incentive introduced by the government may not suitable due to something that it is beyond their expectation. That's why under the new government, under the Malaysia Madani, by our new Prime Minister, they start to relook all the incentive introduced by the government, and also they also introduce more interesting incentive so that the SME will participate to go for the digitalization. As you know that some of the previous SME is no longer in the business. That is the issue. As I mentioned in my previous presentation, that some of them shutting down at all. And then what's going on for the things, the SME is no longer in the system. I believe that the government also want to send the correct signal to the SME. Soonest or later, you will be no longer in the business if you still continue your current business without taking into account the requirement of the digitalization. So that's from me, the moderator.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I hope that is already clear to Dr. Ria Angin. That's the opinion given by Dr. Zailani about the questions on opinion that you just proposed. I just noticed that there is also the presenter that is being asked for the opinion by Dr. Ria Angin, that is Dr. Maliano. Is Dr. Maliano still here? Dr. Ria Angin would like to know your opinion about what you write in the chat box.
Hello, sir.
Okay. Would you like me to repeat the questions, or you're okay?
I got the question already.
All right, there you go. Yeah, you may go.
Okay, I think we all know that we have interventions from the government to support digitalization of MSMEs. In the Philippines, this is initiated by the Department of Communication and Information Technology. So they support MSMEs on that. But this intervention will not go in a long run. So I think interventions should be monitored properly by the government, and MSMEs have a counterpart or the responsibility as well to sustain the initiative initiated by the government. So government interventions will not be there throughout the duration, throughout the operation of the business, but the government will initiate those programs, and it depends on the MSMEs to continuously integrate those digitalization measures initiated by the government. So we cannot rely totally in the government. So it's the responsibility as well of the MSMEs to continue the initiative started by the government to make it more sustainable, to make it more profitable to the part of businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. So thank you for your response, Dr. Zailani, and thank you very much to Dr. Miliano for the response. Perhaps we can have one more questions, and I have already here questions given by the audience. There are a couple of questions. Unfortunately, I can pick one for the time efficiency. All right, okay, so to Professor Nailboard, are you here with us, sir? Oh yeah, there you are.
Yes, we can hear
Oh,
you,
okay.
sir. Okay.
All right, okay.
So to my secretary to answer this one.
Okay.
Since he is the presenter.
All right, okay. So I have one question. The question's given by Professor Hardian. So in your country, he asks, how do MSMEs compete with modern businesses and marketplaces today? This is a very interesting question. You may respond it now, sir. Yes, Dr. Nelborn?
Doc, my question now.
Oops, sorry. I think that we lose some we lose the connections with Dr. Nelborn. But I have here. We're still waiting.
Dr. Jen will answer the questions. I think he is already here.
Okay,
sorry
they,
for
sure,
confusion
yes.
or bad connection. Okay, Dr. Jen, would you please answer the questions? Undain, Dr. Undain.
Dr. Undain? Prof. Undain? Is Prof.
Yes,
Undain
Prof.
still with her? Okay.
All right,
Oh, there
he's
you
already-
are, sir. Okay. Not a problem.
He's from Philippine School of Business Administration.
Okay. Yes, Prof. Undain, we'd love to hear from you about...
He's mute. Unmute.
Oh, he's still muted. Please unmute the operator.
Actually, he's answering, but I think he couldn't hear.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, I think it is common to happen in this kind of conference, online conference. Some technical issues usually happen. All right. Okay. We can wait for a moment. Okay, perhaps you can let us know in the chat box whenever
Maybe
you
the
are ready.
problem is, maybe the problem is from the main. I think in Desember or in the moderator, the operator.
Oh yeah. All right. Okay. So that's okay. So we can proceed with the next one. While still waiting for Professor Undain to respond to the questions given. And the last question is directed to the Honorable Professor Roshami. Okay. So Professor Roshami?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So here is the question, sir. What is the role and impact of the application of ICT on the progress of MSMEs?
Okay, basically the answer is quite straightforward. Okay, the role is critical as being mentioned by Dr. Zailani in great detail. Okay, and the impact is very wide. It impacted on the efficiencies and the productivity of the SMEs. But the issues that I brought in my presentations, it also bring a negative impact, if quote unquote negative impact, if you don't take care. There'll be job losses because of the automations, because of digitalizations and so on. So government policymakers got to take into considerations the balance up between these issues in order to make sure that the issues of digitalizations doesn't end into a negative issues of people losing their jobs and so on. So there must be a good critical strategy to look into these issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's a really straightforward answer and is also a very clear answer. Thank you, sir. Okay, so we're still waiting for some questions. Well, we still have a chance here. It seems that Professor Undain has some technical difficulties to unmute himself, but that is okay. We would like to receive some more questions for the discussion sessions. Is there anyone to ask questions to the presenters who are already here with us today? We still have some time, so I can wait like 1 or 2 minutes. Okay, so we have here Dr. Latifa Mirzantika Al-Rashid who would like to ask questions. She has already raised hand, so go ahead. Dr. Latifa, go ahead. Sorry, you still muted. Perhaps the operator can help to unmute. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so
oh,
much.
there you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. In this occasion, I would like to ask the question addresses to Dr. Malinau. So related to your presentation about green MSME or green investment, I would like to know what is your point of view on how the MSME, especially green MSME, can sustain, and what is your opinion in how will the future of the green MSME in the next couple years? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Milano, you may respond it directly.
Hello, ma'am. Thank you so much for that information. Actually, these green practices can be sustained if we put it into practice. I believe that if we practice it regularly, MSMEs will can take the advantage of these green practices. These are small practices, but it can really contribute to the sustainability of businesses. If we regularly practice, you put it as a standard procedure when it comes to from processing to consumption, if possible, from processing production of goods and goods, it will be beneficial for the organization. I think the most important is that we ensure that it will be a regular practice for everybody. And what's the other question? I'm sorry.
Dr. Latifah, what is the other questions that you have?
Okay, the other question is, I would like to know how your point of view about the future about the green MSME, Dr. Malinao.
Thank you so much. Actually, we have different projects from the different government agencies, particularly in the PAENRO, we have the Department of Agriculture in partnership with the Department of Trade and Industry. They are promoting innovations that will help that will help with new technologies. They are investing more on new technologies to reduce energy consumption, reduce the reduction of waste with their production, the usage of materials that will help promote environmental conservation. So I think the trend there is that the government intervention is now, the government is now putting their efforts on these technologies in order to sustain green practices in the long run. So I think that's it. Thank you so much. I hope I have answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Malinao.
Thank you, Dr. Malinao, and thank you to Dr. Latifah Mirzantika Rashid for the beautiful questions. All right, so we still have a couple of times around. Maybe we can accept one question from the audience, but if we no longer have questions to ask, we may close this meeting. But we will continue with the next one. We will have a series of parallel sessions after this. Okay, I can hear words from someone. Do you want to answer questions? Okay, so we have a questions from Ibu Christy. Okay, Professor Christy, what did you have for the questions? Go ahead.
Thank you for the scientific given to me. I would like to ask a question for Professor Rasami Yusuf. In your presentation, you were talking about. I think it's been a very interesting and indeed affecting to society's life today, and it's really had a big impact in changing society's economic development. Probably you can have some best practices on how the technology has helped the society improve their life in your country. Thank you so much.
So the question is addressed to the Honorable Professor Dr. Rusami Zain Yusuf?
Yes.
Okay. So Professor Yusuf, would you like to respond to the questions?
Sorry, I couldn't hear the sound. I think is quite slow, the questions. Can you recap the question, Dr. Muslis?
Wait, I will send it to the. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, allow me to repeat my question.
Yes.
The question. My question is,
Oh, no.
discussing about the technology. I think it has been a great impact in people's life nowadays. And what I would like to know is that you may have some best practices that has been done with the technology in helping society improving their life, especially in your country, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Okay, number one is one that we mentioned very clearly by Dr. Zalani. Okay, on the digitalizations in the business. Okay, those things have been taken care quite good by the government and by the agencies by helping the small business to move to the digitalizations in terms of finance and so on. Yet, it's not, we didn't achieve the right number yet. We're moving towards that. In other perspectives, in SMEs, especially those in manufacturing, okay, those involved in design jobs, okay, we introduce with the help of the governments and the agencies, universities, we have in terms of the startups agencies, okay, the using of 3D. Okay, so the 3D printing help a lot because design is one of the most trouble or most problematic issues in SMEs because they cannot do that and they got to send it to big firms or to agencies and so on. Right now, with the event of the 3D printings and so on, that's good. Another issue is that government also helps into some issue also robotic, okay, in the manufacturing. So those are the things that being directly okay done in Malaysia to have the SMEs, especially in the manufacturing. So apart from the digitalizations in terms of the usage of the right technology, okay, robotic, the 3D printings and so on. So those are the in thing that we are moving into right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Yusuf. It's very enlightening. Okay, we still have some time for more questions. I would like to receive one more questions from the audience. If you have one, you may raise your hand. You may type it in the chat box, or you may speak directly to the presenters. So our discussion today is about MSMEs, which is a very critical and important issues nowadays. And the discussions has surrounded about almost everything related to MSMEs, ranging from technology, ranging from the product, ranging from the process. So it's very enlightening, very helpful. I hope that what has been presented by all the presenters provide all of us with new insights about the issue. Okay. Do we have a question here? I think that is already clear. I will. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for all the presenters. It's a really great pleasure. It's a really great honor to have all of you with us tonight. Today. Sorry, it's still during the day in Indonesia. I really love to have all of you. We look forward to seeing and having you again in the next year conference. For your informations that this conference, International Conference on Rural Development, is held annually by Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember. And we hope that we will be able to contact you again and share new insight next year. And for today, I think that what has already been presented is sufficient and very useful. And if there is anyone who needs to ask further about the issues being discussed today, you may contact the speakers directly via email, or you may contact the committee of this conference. Thank you very much. And that's all from us, and hope that we can enjoy our time and enjoy the rest of the conference. And that's all from me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Come on.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember berdiri atas kesadaran dan prakarsa para tokoh Muhammadiyah. Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember berdiri atas kesadaran dan prakarsa para tokoh Muhammadiyah dan warga Muhammadiyah di Jember pada tanggal 5 Jumadil Ula 1401 Hijriah atau bertepatan dengan 11 Maret 1981 Miladiah. Pada 1 September 1981, resmi mendapatkan piagam pendirian perguruan tinggi Muhammadiyah dan disetujui oleh Menteri Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan Republik Indonesia pada 10 Mei 1982. Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember menjadi salah satu perguruan tinggi swasta terbaik di Kabupaten Jember, daerah yang penuh dengan kekayaan alam, industri, budaya dan kearifan lokal yang mendunia. Tahun berkontribusi pada negeri, mengemban cita-cita yang tertuang dalam visi yakni menjadi perguruan tinggi yang unggul dalam ipteks, bernafaskan nilai-nilai keislaman dengan misi dan tujuan yang selaras. Dalam pencapaiannya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember telah berstandar ISO 21001-2018, pula berhasil meraih akreditasi institusi B sesuai dengan sertifikat akreditasi perguruan tinggi oleh BAN PT pada 10 Mei 2020. Memiliki 9 fakultas dan 28 program studi serta program pasca sarjana yang seluruhnya telah berhasil terakreditasi A dan B.
Di Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember, yang namanya COVID ini memang harus diingat oleh semua pihak sehingga proses belajar mengajar itu semua dilakukan dengan daring. Kita punya standar khusus yang mana di lembaga kita ini kan ada tim MCCC yang mengurusi tentang COVID-19 ini.
Jadi perlu kami sampaikan bahwasanya MC3 sering kita kenal. Jadi tim ini adalah tim yang dibentuk dalam rangka menyikapi adanya wabah COVID-19 di. Jadi kalau berkaitan dengan proses PBM, kami sudah mengikuti langkah pemerintah sejak dinyatakan bahwa COVID masuk Indonesia itu dengan daring. Tetapi tidak menutup kemungkinan bahwasanya itu karyawan, dosen sebagainya itu masih termasuk pimpinan itu masih secara offline di sini supaya semuanya bisa berjalan. Nah, kita titik tekannya adalah bagaimana yang offline ini tetap merasa aman dan nyaman.
Pendidikan yang fleksibel dapat masuk dalam rongga-rongga permasalahan, mengambil strategi untuk pembaharuan dan pengembangan, namun tidak lepas pada tujuannya. Bersamaan dengan hal tersebut, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember berhasil menjadi 5 besar universitas di seluruh Indonesia dalam menjalankan program studi yang menerapkan kerjasama Merdeka Belajar Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan Republik Indonesia. Dalam ranah penelitian, pengabdian, dan publikasi jurnal ilmiah, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember terus mengalami peningkatan. 31 jurnal ilmiah ber-ISSN dengan 20 jurnal terakreditasi nasional dan 11 jurnal dalam tahap akreditasi, serta 1 di antaranya telah lolos jurnal internasional. Melebarkan sayapnya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember telah bekerja sama dengan institusi dan lembaga dalam negeri dan luar negeri, dengan penyelenggaraan bentuk-bentuk kerjasama yang berkaitan dengan catur dharma perguruan tinggi, baik secara inisiasi dan kolaborasi yang bermanfaat bagi mahasiswa, dosen, dan institusi. Dengan banyaknya pencapaian yang telah Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember raih, baik dalam akademik dan non-akademik, pula dalam beramal usaha yang telah berhasil mendapatkan hak ciptanya, Kini Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember semakin yakin untuk merencanakan lebih banyak konsep usaha, baik yang didasari dari penelitian maupun secara mandiri oleh universitas. Unit usaha yang terus dikembangkan yakni SPBU, Unit Armada UM Jember Trans, Layanan Kesehatan Klinik Suherman, Pertokoan dan Koperasi, Taman Kanak-kanak dan PAUD Yasmin, serta produk-produk amal usaha lainnya. Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember menjadi salah satu perguruan tinggi Muhammadiyah yang turut berkontribusi sebagai pendiri UMAM atau Universitas Muhammadiyah Antarbangsa Malaysia. Pula menjadi salah satu yang dipercaya menjalankan amanah untuk mendirikan Rumah Sakit Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember ini sebenarnya kan kepanjangan dari pimpinan pusat Muhammadiyah itu. Kita ini diberi amanah, sudah agak lama sebenarnya, tapi baru tahun ini akan kita laksanakan, yaitu kita akan mendirikan Rumah Sakit Universitas Muhammadiyah, yang mana ini merupakan cikal bakal atau salah satu syarat kalau nanti kita akan mendirikan Fakultas Kedokteran di Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember. Harapan saya selaku Rektor Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember adalah Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember ini menjadi ya sejenis mercusuar lah untuk Muhammadiyah di Jember, terutama di bidang pendidikan. Di samping punya status yang bagus, juga bermanfaat bagi masyarakat sekitar.
Pendidikan menjadi ujung tombak suatu bangsa, inti dari seluruh elemen kehidupan. Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember siap mengemban amanah untuk agama dan bangsa. We love Kampus Biru.
Sejak didirikan pada tahun 1912 silam, Muhammadiyah telah membuktikan diri sebagai organisasi kemasyarakatan Islam terbesar di Indonesia lewat 5 kekuatan yang dimiliki, yaitu prinsip gerakan, sumber daya manusia, sistem organisasi, kiprah amal usaha, dan dakwah. Digagas oleh Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan dan HM Suja, Muhammadiyah berhasil menjadi pelopor organisasi yang mendirikan rumah sakit sebagai pelayanan kesehatan umat. Hingga saat ini telah berdiri Rumah Sakit Muhammadiyah Aisyah mencapai 125 buah yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia.
Berdirinya Rumah Sakit Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember ini merupakan tonggak bersejarah yang akan menjadikan mercusuar dalam bidang kesehatan, serta memberikan dukungan penting bagi pengembangan universitas, khususnya dalam mendirikan fakultas kedokteran.
Kami berkomitmen untuk memberikan layanan kesehatan yang berkualitas dan berkelanjutan bagi masyarakat Kabupaten Jember dan sekitarnya. Kami memahami betapa pentingnya peran dan tanggung jawab kami dalam mendukung kesejahteraan masyarakat.
Sebagai salah satu amal usaha Muhammadiyah di bidang kesehatan, Rumah Sakit Umum Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember turut andil dalam mencapai cita-cita Muhammadiyah untuk mensejahterakan kesehatan masyarakat. Terlahir dari kemauan dan semangat dari sivitas akademika serta pimpinan, pendirian rumah sakit muncul sebagai salah satu upaya untuk mendorong kemajuan Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember. Beralamatkan di Jalan Walter Mongonsidi nomor 91, Kecamatan Sumbersari, Kabupaten Jember. Rumah Sakit Umum Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember memiliki lokasi yang strategis. Berada di jalur utama penghubung antar kabupaten, terletak hanya 10 menit dari pusat kota. Didukung dengan fasilitas yang memadai, berupa lahan parkir yang luas, dengan kapasitas 118 kendaraan roda 4 dan 348 kendaraan roda 2, sarana ibadah, area tunggu yang nyaman, akses wifi gratis di dalam lingkungan rumah sakit, dan security 24 jam.
Perlu ditekankan, di balik perjalanan itu semua ada kerja keras, kerjasama, dan komitmen dalam mewujudkannya. Ini adalah hasil kolaborasi antara berbagai pihak, baik dari pengelola universitas sampai dengan staf medis yang berdedikasi.
Kami terus berupaya untuk memastikan bahwa pelayanan kesehatan di Rumah Sakit Umum Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember dapat diakses oleh semua lapisan masyarakat.
Dalam rangka memenuhi visi terwujudnya pelayanan profesional, islami, dan bermutu tinggi, Rumah Sakit Umum Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember terus mengembangkan dan menyempurnakan pelayanan kepada pelanggan dengan menghadirkan tenaga medis yang profesional. Fasilitas dan layanan yang memadai meliputi instalasi gawat darurat, ambulans 24 jam, rawat jalan, rawat inap meliputi ruang rawat inap kelas 3, kelas 2, kelas 1, VIP, dan VVIP. Terdapat pula layanan penunjang meliputi laboratorium klinik, radiologi, instalasi gizi, farmasi, kamar operasi, instalasi pemulasaran jenazah, CSSD, laundry, serta layanan unggulan operasi BSEF.
Kami percaya bahwa peningkatan pelayanan kesehatan memerlukan kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak, termasuk pemerintah, organisasi non-pemerintah, dan komunitas lokal. Kami terbuka untuk menjalin kemitraan yang bermanfaat untuk masyarakat Kabupaten Jember.
Rumah Sakit Umum Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember bertekad untuk memberikan dedikasi pelayanan kesehatan kepada masyarakat secara paripurna yang tak terpisahkan dari dakwah dan ibadah.
Kami selalu berupaya meningkatkan layanan rumah sakit melalui inovasi dan pengembangan teknologi medis untuk memberikan pengobatan yang lebih efektif dan efisien.
Kami berterima kasih atas dukungan dan kepercayaan yang telah diberikan kepada Rumah Sakit Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember. Semoga ini menjadi tonggak awal dari banyak pencapaian besar di masa depan.
Kesehatan menjadi prioritas kami dalam melayani masyarakat. Layananku ibadahku, tulus dengan sepenuh hati.
The sun has risen for us to stand strong in unity. We are ready to welcome the world.
Here we stand to light the world with our dreams, with our hearts. Here we stand to face the world with our dreams, with our hearts. Here we stand to face the world with our dreams, with our hearts.
Okay, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the best of performance around the world, Alvi, Rev, and True Friends featuring Dea Cinta.
Halo semuanya, we are the True Friends. Saya minta semuanya kita nyanyi bareng-bareng, siap? Tentang kita, tentang mereka di sana yang tak akan lelah melangkah hingga tiba masa terendah.
kami dengan warna biru, simbol jati diri, kebanggaan kami, tempat belajar kami, untuk menggapai semua kita dan kami pasti juara. Ini adalah alma mater kami, kebanggaan kami, jiwa raga kami, tempat belajar, tempat mengembangkan cita-cita kita di ujung kami bisa.
Ini adalah alma mater kami, kebanggaan kami, jiwa raga kami, tempat belajar, tempat mengembangkan cita. Ini adalah alma mater kami, kebanggaan kami, jiwa raga kami, tempat belajar, tempat mengembangkan cita.
Dalam hidup, kita selalu dihadapkan pada pilihan untuk terus maju atau menyerah pada keadaan. Pendidikan adalah jalan untuk meraih kesuksesan. Mau jadi apa? Pilihan ada dalam genggaman. Bersama Unmu Jember, nyatakan mimpimu.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember berdiri atas kesadaran dan prakarsa para tokoh Muhammadiyah dan warga Muhammadiyah di Jember pada tanggal 5 Jumadil Ula 1401 Hijriah atau bertepatan dengan 11 Maret 1981 Miladiah. Pada 1 September 1981, resmi mendapatkan piagam pendirian perguruan tinggi Muhammadiyah dan disetujui oleh Menteri Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan Republik Indonesia pada 10 Mei 1982. Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember menjadi salah satu perguruan tinggi swasta terbaik di Kabupaten Jember, daerah yang penuh dengan kekayaan alam, industri, budaya dan kearifan lokal yang mendunia. Tahun berkontribusi pada negeri, mengemban cita-cita yang tertuang dalam visi yakni menjadi perguruan tinggi yang unggul dalam ipteks, bernafaskan nilai-nilai keislaman dengan misi dan tujuan yang selaras. Dalam pencapaiannya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember telah berstandar ISO 21001-2018, pula berhasil meraih akreditasi institusi B sesuai dengan sertifikat akreditasi perguruan tinggi oleh BAN PT pada 10 Mei 2020. Memiliki 9 fakultas dan 28 program studi serta program pasca sarjana yang seluruhnya telah berhasil terakreditasi A dan B.
Di Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember, yang namanya COVID ini memang harus diingat oleh semua pihak sehingga proses belajar mengajar itu semua dilakukan dengan daring. Kita punya standar khusus yang mana di lembaga kita ini kan ada tim MCCC yang mengurusi tentang COVID-19 ini.
Jadi perlu kami sampaikan bahwasanya MC3 sering kita kenal. Jadi tim ini adalah tim yang dibentuk dalam rangka menyikapi adanya wabah COVID-19 di. Jadi kalau berkaitan dengan proses PBM, kami sudah mengikuti langkah pemerintah sejak dinyatakan bahwa COVID masuk Indonesia itu dengan daring. Tetapi tidak menutup kemungkinan bahwasannya itu karyawan, dosen sebagainya itu masih termasuk pimpinan itu masih secara offline di sini supaya semuanya bisa berjalan. Nah, kita titik tekannya adalah bagaimana yang offline ini tetap merasa aman dan nyaman.
Pendidikan yang fleksibel dapat masuk dalam rongga-rongga permasalahan, mengambil strategi untuk pembaharuan dan pengembangan, namun tidak lepas pada tujuannya. Bersamaan dengan hal tersebut, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember berhasil menjadi 5 besar universitas di seluruh Indonesia dalam menjalankan program studi yang menerapkan kerjasama Merdeka Belajar Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan Republik Indonesia. Dalam ranah penelitian, pengabdian, dan publikasi jurnal ilmiah, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember terus mengalami peningkatan. 31 jurnal ilmiah ber-ISSN dengan 20 jurnal terakreditasi nasional dan 11 jurnal dalam tahap akreditasi, serta 1 di antaranya telah lolos jurnal internasional. Melebarkan sayapnya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember telah bekerja sama dengan institusi dan lembaga dalam negeri dan luar negeri, dengan penyelenggaraan bentuk-bentuk kerjasama yang berkaitan dengan catur dharma perguruan tinggi, baik secara inisiasi dan kolaborasi yang bermanfaat bagi mahasiswa, dosen, dan institusi. Dengan banyaknya pencapaian yang telah Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember raih, baik dalam akademik dan non-akademik, pula dalam beramal usaha yang telah berhasil mendapatkan hak ciptanya, kini Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember semakin yakin untuk merencanakan lebih banyak konsep usaha, baik yang didasari dari penelitian maupun secara mandiri oleh universitas. Unit usaha yang terus dikembangkan yakni SPBU, Unit Armada UM Jember Trans, Layanan Kesehatan Klinik Suherman, Pertokoan dan Koperasi, Taman Kanak-kanak dan Paut Yasmin, serta produk-produk amal usaha lainnya. Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember menjadi salah satu perguruan tinggi Muhammadiyah yang turut berkontribusi sebagai pendiri UMAM atau Universitas Muhammadiyah Antarbangsa Malaysia. Pula menjadi salah satu yang dipercaya menjalankan amanah untuk mendirikan Rumah Sakit Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember ini sebenarnya kan kepanjangan dari pimpinan pusat Muhammadiyah itu. Kita ini diberi amanah, sudah agak lama sebenarnya, tapi baru tahun ini akan kita laksanakan, yaitu kita akan mendirikan Rumah Sakit Universitas Muhammadiyah, yang mana ini merupakan cikal bakal atau salah satu syarat kalau nanti kita akan mendirikan fakultas kedokteran di Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember. Harapan saya selaku rektor Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember adalah Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember ini menjadi ya sejenis mercusuar lah untuk Muhammadiyah di Jember, terutama di bidang pendidikan. Di samping punya status yang bagus, juga bermanfaat bagi masyarakat sekitar.
Pendidikan menjadi ujung tombak suatu bangsa, inti dari seluruh elemen kehidupan. Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember siap mengemban amanah untuk agama dan bangsa. We love Kampus Biru.
Sejak didirikan pada tahun 1912 silam, Muhammadiyah telah membuktikan diri sebagai organisasi kemasyarakatan Islam terbesar di Indonesia lewat 5 kekuatan yang dimiliki, yaitu prinsip gerakan, sumber daya manusia, sistem organisasi, kiprah amal usaha, dan dakwah. Digagas oleh Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan dan HM Suja, Muhammadiyah berhasil menjadi pelopor organisasi yang mendirikan rumah sakit sebagai pelayanan kesehatan umat. Hingga saat ini telah berdiri Rumah Sakit Muhammadiyah Aisyah mencapai 125 buah yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia.
Berdirinya Rumah Sakit Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember ini merupakan tonggak bersejarah yang akan menjadikan mercusuar dalam bidang kesehatan, serta memberikan dukungan penting bagi pengembangan universitas, khususnya dalam mendirikan fakultas kedokteran.
Kami berkomitmen untuk memberikan layanan kesehatan yang berkualitas dan berkelanjutan bagi masyarakat Kabupaten Jember dan sekitarnya. Kami memahami betapa pentingnya peran dan tanggung jawab kami dalam mendukung kesejahteraan masyarakat.
Sebagai salah satu amal usaha Muhammadiyah di bidang kesehatan, Rumah Sakit Umum Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember turut andil dalam mencapai cita-cita Muhammadiyah untuk mensejahterakan kesehatan masyarakat. Terlahir dari kemauan dan semangat dari sivitas akademika serta pimpinan, pendirian rumah sakit muncul sebagai salah satu upaya untuk mendorong kemajuan Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember. Beralamatkan di Jalan Walter Mongonsidi nomor 91, Kecamatan Sumbersari, Kabupaten Jember, Rumah Sakit Umum Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember memiliki lokasi yang strategis. Berada di jalur utama penghubung antar kabupaten, terletak hanya 10 menit dari pusat kota. Didukung dengan fasilitas yang memadai, berupa lahan parkir yang luas dengan kapasitas 118 kendaraan roda 4 dan 348 kendaraan roda 2, sarana ibadah, area tunggu yang nyaman, akses wifi gratis di dalam lingkungan rumah sakit, dan security 24 jam.
Perlu ditekankan, di balik perjalanan itu semua ada kerja keras, kerjasama, dan komitmen dalam mewujudkannya. Ini adalah hasil kolaborasi antara berbagai pihak, baik dari pengelola universitas sampai dengan staf medis yang berdedikasi.
Kami terus berupaya untuk memastikan bahwa pelayanan kesehatan di Rumah Sakit Umum Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember dapat diakses oleh semua lapisan masyarakat.
Dalam rangka memenuhi visi terwujudnya pelayanan profesional, islami, dan bermutu tinggi, Rumah Sakit Umum Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember terus mengembangkan dan menyempurnakan pelayanan kepada pelanggan dengan menghadirkan tenaga medis yang profesional. Fasilitas dan layanan yang memadai meliputi instalasi gawat darurat, ambulans 24 jam, rawat jalan, rawat inap meliputi ruang rawat inap kelas 3, kelas 2, kelas 1, VIP, dan VVIP. Terdapat pula layanan penunjang meliputi laboratorium klinik, radiologi, instalasi gizi, farmasi, kamar operasi, instalasi pemulasaran jenazah, CSSD, laundry, serta layanan unggulan operasi BSEF.
Kami percaya bahwa peningkatan pelayanan kesehatan memerlukan kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak, termasuk pemerintah, organisasi non-pemerintah, dan komunitas lokal. Kami terbuka untuk menjalin kemitraan yang bermanfaat untuk masyarakat Kabupaten Jember.
Rumah Sakit Umum Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember bertekad untuk memberikan dedikasi pelayanan kesehatan kepada masyarakat secara paripurna yang tak terpisahkan dari dakwah dan ibadah.
Kami selalu berupaya meningkatkan layanan rumah sakit melalui inovasi dan pengembangan teknologi medis untuk memberikan pengobatan yang lebih efektif dan efisien.
Kami berterima kasih atas dukungan dan kepercayaan yang telah diberikan kepada Rumah Sakit Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember. Semoga ini menjadi tonggak awal dari banyak pencapaian besar di masa depan.
Kesehatan menjadi prioritas kami dalam melayani masyarakat. Layananku ibadahku, tulus dengan sepenuh hati.
The sun has risen for us to stand strong in unity. We are ready to welcome the world.
Here we stand to light the world with our dreams, with our hearts. Here we stand to face the world with our dreams, with our hearts. Here we stand to face the world with our dreams, with our hearts.
Okay, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the best of performance around the world, Alvi, Rev, and True Friends featuring Dea Cinta.
Halo semuanya, we are the True Friends. Saya minta semuanya kita nyanyi bareng-bareng, siap? Tentang kita, tentang mereka di sana yang tak akan lelah melangkah hingga tiba masa terindah.
warna biru, simbol jati diri, kebanggaan kami, tempat belajar kami, untuk menggapai semua kita dan kami pasti juara. Ini adalah alma mater kami, kebanggaan kami, jiwa raga kami, tempat belajar, tempat mengembangkan cita-cita kita di ujung kami bisa.
Ini adalah alma mater kami, kebanggaan kami, jiwa raga kami, tempat belajar, tempat mengembangkan cita. Ini adalah alma mater kami, kebanggaan kami, jiwa raga kami, tempat belajar, tempat mengembangkan cita.
Dalam hidup, kita selalu dihadapkan pada pilihan untuk terus maju atau menyerah pada keadaan. Pendidikan adalah jalan untuk meraih kesuksesan. Mau jadi apa? Pilihan ada dalam genggaman. Bersama Unmu Jember, nyatakan mimpimu.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember berdiri atas kesadaran dan prakarsa para tokoh Muhammadiyah dan warga Muhammadiyah di Jember pada tanggal 5 Jumadil Ula 1401 Hijriah atau bertepatan dengan 11 Maret 1981 Miladiah. Pada 1 September 1981, resmi mendapatkan piagam pendirian perguruan tinggi Muhammadiyah dan disetujui oleh Menteri Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan Republik Indonesia pada 10 Mei 1982. Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember menjadi salah satu perguruan tinggi swasta terbaik di Kabupaten Jember, daerah yang penuh dengan kekayaan alam, industri, budaya dan kearifan lokal yang mendunia. Tahun berkontribusi pada negeri, mengemban cita-cita yang tertuang dalam visi yakni menjadi perguruan tinggi yang unggul dalam ipteks, bernafaskan nilai-nilai keislaman dengan misi dan tujuan yang selaras. Dalam pencapaiannya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember telah berstandar ISO 21001-2018, pula berhasil meraih akreditasi institusi B sesuai dengan sertifikat akreditasi perguruan tinggi oleh BAN PT pada 10 Mei 2020. Memiliki 9 fakultas dan 28 program studi serta program pasca sarjana yang seluruhnya telah berhasil terakreditasi A dan B.
Di Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember, yang namanya COVID ini memang harus diingat oleh semua pihak sehingga proses belajar mengajar itu semua dilakukan dengan daring. Kita punya standar khusus yang mana di lembaga kita ini kan ada tim MCCC yang mengurusi tentang COVID-19 ini.
Jadi perlu kami sampaikan bahwasanya MC3 sering kita kenal. Jadi tim ini adalah tim yang dibentuk dalam rangka menyikapi adanya wabah COVID-19 di. Jadi kalau berkaitan dengan proses PBM, kami sudah mengikuti langkah pemerintah sejak dinyatakan bahwa COVID masuk Indonesia itu dengan daring. Tetapi tidak menutup kemungkinan bahwasannya itu karyawan, dosen, sebagainya itu masih termasuk pimpinan itu masih secara offline di sini supaya semuanya bisa berjalan. Nah, kita titik tekannya adalah bagaimana yang offline ini tetap merasa aman dan nyaman.
Pendidikan yang fleksibel dapat masuk dalam rongga-rongga permasalahan, mengambil strategi untuk pembaharuan dan pengembangan, namun tidak lepas pada tujuannya. Bersamaan dengan hal tersebut, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember berhasil menjadi 5 besar universitas di seluruh Indonesia dalam menjalankan program studi yang menerapkan kerjasama Merdeka Belajar Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan Republik Indonesia. Dalam ranah penelitian, pengabdian, dan publikasi jurnal ilmiah, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember terus mengalami peningkatan. 31 jurnal ilmiah ber-ISSN dengan 20 jurnal terakreditasi nasional dan 11 jurnal dalam tahap akreditasi, serta 1 di antaranya telah lolos jurnal internasional. Melebarkan sayapnya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember telah bekerja sama dengan institusi dan lembaga dalam negeri dan luar negeri, dengan penyelenggaraan bentuk-bentuk kerjasama yang berkaitan dengan catur dharma perguruan tinggi, baik secara inisiasi dan kolaborasi yang bermanfaat bagi mahasiswa, dosen, dan institusi. Dengan banyaknya pencapaian yang telah Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember raih, baik dalam akademik dan non-akademik, pula dalam beramal usaha yang telah berhasil mendapatkan hak ciptanya, kini Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember semakin yakin untuk merencanakan lebih banyak konsep usaha, baik yang didasari dari penelitian maupun secara mandiri oleh universitas. Unit usaha yang terus dikembangkan, yakni SPBU, Unit Armada UM Jember Trans, Layanan Kesehatan Klinik Suherman, Pertokoan dan Koperasi, Taman Kanak-kanak dan Paut Yasmin, serta produk-produk amal usaha lainnya. Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember menjadi salah satu perguruan tinggi Muhammadiyah yang turut berkontribusi sebagai pendiri UMAM atau Universitas Muhammadiyah Antarbangsa Malaysia. Pula menjadi salah satu yang dipercaya menjalankan amanah untuk mendirikan Rumah Sakit Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember ini sebenarnya kan kepanjangan dari pimpinan pusat Muhammadiyah itu. Kita ini diberi amanah sudah agak lama sebenarnya, tapi baru tahun ini akan kita laksanakan, yaitu kita akan mendirikan Rumah Sakit Universitas Muhammadiyah, yang mana ini merupakan cikal bakal atau salah satu syarat kalau nanti kita akan mendirikan fakultas kedokteran di Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember. Harapan saya selaku rektor Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember adalah Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember ini menjadi ya sejenis mercusuar lah untuk Muhammadiyah di Jember, terutama di bidang pendidikan. Di samping punya status yang bagus, juga bermanfaat bagi masyarakat sekitar.
Pendidikan menjadi ujung tombak suatu bangsa, inti dari seluruh elemen kehidupan. Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember siap mengemban amanah untuk agama dan bangsa. We love Kampus Biru.
Sejak didirikan pada tahun 1912 silam, Muhammadiyah telah membuktikan diri sebagai organisasi kemasyarakatan Islam terbesar di Indonesia lewat 5 kekuatan yang dimiliki, yaitu prinsip gerakan, sumber daya manusia, sistem organisasi, kiprah amal usaha, dan dakwah. Digagas oleh Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan dan HM Suja, Muhammadiyah berhasil menjadi pelopor organisasi yang mendirikan rumah sakit sebagai pelayanan kesehatan umat. Hingga saat ini telah berdiri Rumah Sakit Muhammadiyah Aisyah mencapai 125 buah yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia.
Berdirinya Rumah Sakit Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember ini merupakan tonggak bersejarah yang akan menjadikan mercusuar dalam bidang kesehatan, serta memberikan dukungan penting bagi pengembangan universitas, khususnya dalam mendirikan fakultas kedokteran.
Kami berkomitmen untuk memberikan layanan kesehatan yang berkualitas dan berkelanjutan bagi masyarakat Kabupaten Jember dan sekitarnya. Kami memahami betapa pentingnya peran dan tanggung jawab kami dalam mendukung kesejahteraan masyarakat.
Sebagai salah satu amal usaha Muhammadiyah di bidang kesehatan, Rumah Sakit Umum Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember turut andil dalam mencapai cita-cita Muhammadiyah untuk mensejahterakan kesehatan masyarakat. Terlahir dari kemauan dan semangat dari sivitas akademika serta pimpinan, pendirian rumah sakit muncul sebagai salah satu upaya untuk mendorong kemajuan Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember. Beralamatkan di Jalan Walter Mongonsidi nomor 91, Kecamatan Sumbersari, Kabupaten Jember. Rumah Sakit Umum Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember memiliki lokasi yang strategis. Berada di jalur utama penghubung antar kabupaten, terletak hanya 10 menit dari pusat kota. Didukung dengan fasilitas yang memadai, berupa lahan parkir yang luas, dengan kapasitas 118 kendaraan roda 4 dan 348 kendaraan roda 2, sarana ibadah, area tunggu yang nyaman, akses wifi gratis di dalam lingkungan rumah sakit, dan security 24 jam.
Perlu ditekankan, di balik perjalanan itu semua ada kerja keras, kerjasama, dan komitmen dalam mewujudkannya. Ini adalah hasil kolaborasi antara berbagai pihak, baik dari pengelola universitas sampai dengan staf medis yang berdedikasi.
Kami terus berupaya untuk memastikan bahwa pelayanan kesehatan di Rumah Sakit Umum Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember dapat diakses oleh semua lapisan masyarakat.
Dalam rangka memenuhi visi terwujudnya pelayanan profesional, islami, dan bermutu tinggi, Rumah Sakit Umum Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember terus mengembangkan dan menyempurnakan pelayanan kepada pelanggan dengan menghadirkan tenaga medis yang profesional. Fasilitas dan layanan yang memadai meliputi instalasi gawat darurat, ambulans 24 jam, rawat jalan, rawat inap meliputi ruang rawat inap kelas 3, kelas 2, kelas 1, VIP, dan VVIP. Terdapat pula layanan penunjang meliputi laboratorium klinik, radiologi, instalasi gizi, farmasi, kamar operasi, instalasi pemulasaran jenazah, CSSD, laundry, serta layanan unggulan operasi BSEF.
Kami percaya bahwa peningkatan pelayanan kesehatan memerlukan kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak, termasuk pemerintah, organisasi non-pemerintah, dan komunitas lokal. Kami terbuka untuk menjalin kemitraan yang bermanfaat untuk masyarakat Kabupaten Jember.
Rumah Sakit Umum Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember bertekad untuk memberikan dedikasi pelayanan kesehatan kepada masyarakat secara paripurna yang tak terpisahkan dari dakwah dan ibadah.
Kami selalu berupaya meningkatkan layanan rumah sakit melalui inovasi dan pengembangan teknologi medis untuk memberikan pengobatan yang lebih efektif dan efisien.
Kami berterima kasih atas dukungan dan kepercayaan yang telah diberikan kepada Rumah Sakit Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember. Semoga ini menjadi tonggak awal dari banyak pencapaian besar di masa depan.
Kesehatan menjadi prioritas kami dalam melayani masyarakat. Layananku ibadahku, tulus dengan sepenuh hati.
The sun has risen for us to stand strong in unity. We are ready to welcome the world.
Here we stand to light the world with our dreams, with our hearts. Here we stand to face the world with our dreams, with our hearts. Here we stand to face the world with our dreams, with our hearts.
Okay, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the best of performance around the world, Alvi, Rev, and True Friends featuring Dea Cinta.
Halo semuanya, we are the True Friends.
alma mater kami dengan warna biru, simbol jati diri, kebanggaan kami, tempat belajar kami untuk menggapai semua kita dan kami pasti juara. Ini adalah alma mater kami, kebanggaan kami, jiwa raga kami, tempat belajar, tempat mengembangkan cita-cita kita di ujung kami bisa.
Ini adalah alma mater kami, kebanggaan kami, jiwa raga kami, tempat belajar, tempat mengembangkan cita. Ini adalah alma mater kami, kebanggaan kami, jiwa raga kami, tempat belajar, tempat mengembangkan cita.
Dalam hidup, kita selalu dihadapkan pada pilihan untuk terus maju atau menyerah pada keadaan. Pendidikan adalah jalan untuk meraih kesuksesan. Mau jadi apa? Pilihan ada dalam genggaman. Bersama Unmu Jember, nyatakan mimpimu.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember berdiri atas kesadaran dan prakarsa para tokoh Muhammadiyah dan warga Muhammadiyah di Jember pada tanggal 5 Jumadil Ula 1401 Hijriah atau bertepatan dengan 11 Maret 1981 Miladiah. Pada 1 September 1981, resmi mendapatkan piagam pendirian perguruan tinggi Muhammadiyah dan disetujui oleh Menteri Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan Republik Indonesia pada 10 Mei 1982. Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember menjadi salah satu perguruan tinggi swasta terbaik di Kabupaten Jember, daerah yang penuh dengan kekayaan alam, industri, budaya, dan kearifan lokal yang mendunia. 40 tahun berkontribusi pada negeri, mengemban cita-cita yang tertuang dalam visi yakni menjadi perguruan tinggi yang unggul dalam ipteks, bernafaskan nilai-nilai keislaman dengan misi dan tujuan yang selaras. Dalam pencapaiannya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember telah berstandar ISO 21001-2018, pula berhasil meraih akreditasi institusi B sesuai dengan sertifikat akreditasi perguruan tinggi oleh BAN PT pada 10 Mei 2020. Memiliki 9 fakultas dan 28 program studi serta program pasca sarjana yang seluruhnya telah berhasil terakreditasi A dan B.
Di Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember, yang namanya COVID ini memang harus diingat oleh semua pihak sehingga proses belajar mengajar itu semua dilakukan dengan daring. Kita punya standar khusus yang mana di lembaga kita ini kan ada tim MCCC yang mengurusi tentang COVID-19 ini.
Jadi perlu kami sampaikan bahwasanya MC3 sering kita kenal. Jadi tim ini adalah tim yang dibentuk dalam rangka menyikapi adanya wabah COVID-19 Jadi kalau berkaitan dengan proses PBM, kami sudah mengikuti langkah pemerintah sejak dinyatakan bahwa COVID masuk Indonesia itu dengan daring. Tetapi tidak menutup kemungkinan bahwasannya itu karyawan, dosen, sebagainya itu masih termasuk pimpinan itu masih secara offline di sini supaya semuanya bisa berjalan. Nah, kita titik tekannya adalah bagaimana yang offline ini tetap merasa aman dan nyaman.
Pendidikan yang fleksibel dapat masuk dalam rongga-rongga permasalahan, mengambil strategi untuk pembaharuan dan pengembangan, namun tidak lepas pada tujuannya. Bersamaan dengan hal tersebut, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember berhasil menjadi 5 besar universitas di seluruh Indonesia dalam menjalankan program studi yang menerapkan kerjasama Merdeka Belajar Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan Republik Indonesia. Dalam ranah penelitian, pengabdian, dan publikasi jurnal ilmiah, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember terus mengalami peningkatan. 31 jurnal ilmiah ber-ISSN dengan 20 jurnal terakreditasi nasional dan 11 jurnal dalam tahap akreditasi, serta 1 di antaranya telah lolos jurnal internasional. Melebarkan sayapnya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember telah bekerja sama dengan institusi dan lembaga dalam negeri dan luar negeri dengan penyelenggaraan bentuk-bentuk kerjasama yang berkaitan dengan catur dharma perguruan tinggi, baik secara inisiasi dan kolaborasi yang bermanfaat bagi mahasiswa, dosen, dan institusi. Dengan banyaknya pencapaian yang telah Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember raih, baik dalam akademik dan non-akademik, pula dalam beramal usaha yang telah berhasil mendapatkan hak ciptanya, kini Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember semakin yakin untuk merencanakan lebih banyak konsep usaha, baik yang didasari dari penelitian maupun secara mandiri oleh universitas. Unit usaha yang terus dikembangkan, yakni SPBU, Unit Armada UM Jember Trans, Layanan Kesehatan Klinik Suherman, Pertokoan dan Koperasi, Taman Kanak-kanak dan Paut Yasmin, serta produk-produk amal usaha lainnya. Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember menjadi salah satu perguruan tinggi Muhammadiyah yang turut berkontribusi sebagai pendiri UMAM atau Universitas Muhammadiyah Antarbangsa Malaysia. Pula menjadi salah satu yang dipercaya menjalankan amanah untuk mendirikan Rumah Sakit Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember ini sebenarnya kan kepanjangan dari pimpinan pusat Muhammadiyah itu. Kita ini diberi amanah, sudah agak lama sebenarnya, tapi baru tahun ini akan kita laksanakan, yaitu kita akan mendirikan Rumah Sakit Universitas Muhammadiyah.